Hello and welcome, my beautiful phantom audience, to yet another, oh goodness, is that how many things I have to do today? Lo-Fi Lady stream. How's everybody doing? Hey, Board, Chrissy. Good to see you. Are you having a good day? That's a fun song. I rather like that one. Having a fine day. That's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. So, I hope you guys are excited today for Citizen Sleeper. Let's go ahead and get it pulled up. Yeah, I ended up getting later than I thought I was going. Getting started later than I was wanting to because I got heavily sidetracked. But I do believe I am just about done with the VOD channel. No, sorry, the birthday VOD. I'm just about done with finally getting like my feedback under me on the VOD channel. I'm going to hold on. All right, it worked. All right, so I have the full game. Hold on, 1 second. Sorry about that, I'm back. Hey guys. Okay. So yeah, everything's looking good. I ended up getting my sleep schedule all twisted around last night. So I ended up waking up about 10 hours ago. I couldn't go back to sleep. So I just stayed awake and did stuff. Cause why not? But then I got sidetracked with a bunch of things and ended up not starting as early as I was hoping to. But no worries, because we are started now, and I hope you guys are excited and ready for Citizen Sleeper, the chillest game ever made. All right. If you guys remember last time, we are currently actually in a bit of a time bind. You see, we've got a lot of jobs going on. If we head up to the hub, we're currently trying to help out. I wish I could remember their name. I can't remember their name for some reason. I can picture her face. Can't remember her name. Excuse me again. I'll be right. So let's see. I don't remember her name. I really wish I could remember her name. Oh, I bet you. Hold on. Bliss? It's Bliss? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I guess it's, okay. So we're currently helping Bliss with her job and getting her scrap business back under control. And we are also currently trying to break through a blockade, which is kind of nerve-wracking, to say the least. But we are currently working with Peak and Esha to get enough resources and things to get through the blockade. Let's see if I can kind of get my thoughts underneath me again. The gardener's seed is planted. It's going to be ready next cycle. The food will be ready next cycle. Oh. Oh. The algae in the sack grows at a regular rate, but with some careful feed adjustments and water cycling, you can improve your yield per cycle. Oh! The flotilla needs a lot of food to last out of the quarantine, and Esha will settle for nothing less than a full hold's worth? Oh no! Are you telling me that I need to fill up this with all the food? Oh god, guys, I don't think we're gonna be able to do this. Yeah, this is water for the flotilla. Okay, so this is water for the flotilla. We are two things away for the entire filling up of the water. And then we need to finish the algae. Okay, we need it. We actually are we're actually more behind on the food than we are on the water, which is not where I thought we were. But for now, we can actually let this cycle clock go through. I don't know how much this is going to fill. I hope this fills up more than 1 notch per go through. Okay. We do have all the scrap that we need, though. If we go to the Climbing Briar, you see we actually have we have 1 notch. We have all the scrap. We also need to finish up Peak's plan. We have 8 cycles. We have 8 cycles to finish this up. I think this is going to be tight. I think this is going to be real tight. Because we've already used up this cycle, so we only have 7. We actually technically only have 7 cycles. Maybe even technically 6? Because I don't think we want to fill the cycle clock. Well, no use panicking, so I guess we'll just do our best and see if we can pull it off. Food, water, and components. You might not be able to get all of them, but Esha will take what you can get. As much as these supplies are important, the plan is the most important. Because see, it even says this. All the supplies in the world are nothing without a plan to get them to the flotilla. That's Peak's part in this. So, yeah. But also mainly my part. Because I have to help. Okay, I have to help them. I have to help them out here too. Theoretically, though, I should be able to. So 1, 2, 3. I should only have to do 3 of these to get the coordinate intel. Which I'm not exactly sure if that means that I'll have to do 3 of these whole sets of things. God, this is gonna be tough. All right, no worries though. Do we have any scrap? We do have 1 scrap component that we can use to repair ourselves. That's right, we actually did repair ourselves yesterday, but it didn't end up really mattering. Okay, so you know what? As much as I want to be able to use scrap to heal ourselves, I think we're going to have to just stop gathering scrap for now, because I think we're gonna need to keep our dice open to actually help with the plan. I don't think we have time to do anything else. So let's see. I'm gonna use my scrap to self-repair. I'm gonna buy some crackers for my kitty. Alright. I need to go eat at Emphasis stall, buy some fungus. Amphis, I'm hungry. Give me food. Okay. No worries, no worries. This guy is gonna be back in 2 cycles. He'll get me some more scrap. I can use that to repair myself. This guy will get me some money I can use for things, but I'm not really sure I need money anymore. I don't think I really need cryo anymore, considering, at least outside of just buying food, because right now the biggest thing I need is just either scrap to repair my body with, or the mushrooms for the mushrooms to make supplements. Not the mushroom groves. Where is she? Not the reservoir. The aviary. Hypha Labs. Right. Rico can extract stabilizer from 2 of these club heads. It looks like I've got all the mushrooms. Looks like I've got all the mushrooms ready to harvest. But for now, I don't think we have time to set aside to harvest mushrooms. Right now, I want to get all this done. I don't want to put it off. I don't want to try to like put it down to the last second, because this is a very important job, and who knows how much time we're actually going to need to get all this done. So let's go ahead and go back to I think we're ready to end the day, so we'll head back to our apartment. Actually, I just thought I was listening to Baldur's Vaughn. Really? Oh, I'm so sorry. How you doing up, y'all? Welcome to this room. I didn't know I could. I didn't know I could do that with my mouth. How you doing today? Slacking a job? Heck yeah! Oh wait, no, that's a bad thing. Oh, wait. Slacking at your job isn't great, but you know what is great? Watching Lo-Fi Lady. So it cancels itself out. It divides out, leaving 1. Oh. Let's see. Alright, time to sleep at the Hyphodorm. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here to catch us at the chillest game ever made. Oof. Well, those 2 6s are good. Alright, so here's the deal. What I want to do right now is I want to try to... I really want to try to finish up the water. We're 1 away from finishing up the water. Or 2 away? We're 2 away from finishing up the water. But because of that, we actually have time. We have time to dedicate these dice to other things. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to use this interface stuff. Should we do that, or should we... My +2 in interface makes this... Yeah, we're gonna do it. Alright, we're gonna try to get Peak's plan in action. Intercepting comms. The cordon buzzes with radio transmissions and data packets. Intercepting them will help give you a sense of how things run here. Nice. Alright. Perfect. We're done with cordon intel. Crew canteen, Havenage hangar, and cordon operations. Okay. What's this all about? All across the cordon, Havenage security are keeping a close eye on things. Gain their attention and you'll struggle to maintain access. Uh-oh. Creating a blind spot in the cordon's perimeter will give the Briar a better chance of evading detection when Esha makes her run. Okay. A crew willing to escort the Briar through the quarantine will give the ship a better chance of passing the cordon without any trouble. I see. Convince a crew. With division rife among the tug crews, gaining support for a supply shipment will just be a case of picking the right crew and approaching them discreetly. I see. So we have to do all 3 of Peak's plan. We have to get all 3 of these things set up. So we need to sabotage their sensors. Hire a tug crew. Oh, right, the tugs are like the only ships going in and out. That's right. So we need a tug escort. And then the tuggers have a powerful suite of ion thrusters for rapid maneuvering. If you can sneak in and slice them off, you'll have a significant upgrade for the Briar. Oh, Jesus, this is going to be so tough. Okay, Oh! Rico. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was wearing one of these. She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No. She sighs. Wake up, Shelfer! Hey there! How's it going? Oh, how are you doing this morning? Curtsy. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed. A self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckons you over. But that isn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown. Its layers of plant-like structure on full view until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they are filaments of a conductive material. So, yes? She leans closer. Currently going at 0 kilometers per hour. How about me? Technically, yeah, me too. Currently set stock still in my cool little room with my Batman poster and my baby Mufai. And just playing games for you guys. She leans closer to the screen. But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching of structures of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. Wait, what? So is this... Is this so that Rico can project herself into the plant world? Or is this so I can project myself into the plant world? The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons. An interface. That is your gift from Gardener. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you, puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that is stuck to the strange branched object quickly in your mind. The thickened plots! You're right, that entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. Aww. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move, and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. It's like a glassy mushroom boy. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You have never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew with a gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same. Both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation with the others. They felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious. Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them they would not have joined the chorus. So they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. What do you mean? Join? Do you mean more crowns? I made them all. Gardner moves away a little, looking for another planting spot. It was so lonely here. But before long I found them and began to let them in. This is getting an ominous feel to it. Is anybody else feeling ominousness? This feels kind of ominous. I don't know if I like this. Gardner stoops again. We are millions, and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They're networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI. A living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person, why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from Gardner for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh. A sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness. An exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, answering problems, getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free. Free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. Oh my God! What do you mean? Now is the moment to choose. They're giving me the option? No! No actual way! I can't. I have unfinished business. I'm following it. I'm following the thread. Your eyes track the... You want a game over? Yeah, exactly! Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Sorry, Gardner, but I'm not, no. I don't want to give in. I don't want to become a part of the mass. I don't want to just become a mind. I want to struggle. I want to fight. I want to live. There are too many people that I care about. Sabine, Emphas, Rico. I'm trying to remember their names. I have their faces in my head. There are too many people I care about for me to just give up now. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread delicately, carefully, like a driver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person. A flesh and blood person with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it. On what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. Oh! That was so good! Huh? Huh? Well, possibly having to redo this aside, that was an amazing ending! Oh my god, it was so beautiful! How are you, artificial soul? Unbeknownst to Loaf, it was the end. It was. I'm not done. I still have a life to live. A world to traverse. I'm not done. Greetings, how be you? I've been good, how be you? I be okay. Been a long night. In a way. Oh no! Oh, this music is beautiful. Well, stream over. Bye, everybody! Jump over the age. Wow. That was incredible. Song is beautiful. Did you? Sleeper? Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. All the way back to No way! Oh! Yeah, this feels like what I was hoping Game Deck would be like. Yeah, this is... I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah, this is kind of what I was hoping Game Deck would be like. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administration AI that has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. I feel like she would have, yeah. But... Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Oh, man. That was a really interesting ending. And suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? I plan to. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over. I'm not done yet, but I can still eat Emphasis fungi. Yeah! I gotta eat with the stall still open. Yeah! Emphasis fungus. Amphis fungus. Fungus by Emphas. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Haifa needs new blood if it wants to survive, and she squeezes. You are a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Artificial Soul and Borb, thank you for the almond contributions to the wheel stream. Then you are out, breathing the air of the Greenway. Fresh as a spring morning, the dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. Ether, thank you for the almond contribution to the wheel stream. That's a good point. I think I believe I am an artificial being, an artificial human-ish creature. An android, I suppose you could call me. An android, gynoid, anthroid, perhaps? I feel like the neutral version of that would be anthroid. I am a human consciousness in an artificial body. Interesting. And you are glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place a little longer. Wow. What an ending to that. I tell you, that was wild. So that was the story of the seed. Not just the seed, but also the observer. That was the story of the cloud, really. If we're being honest, because I had to do all of that stuff to get rid of the hunter. I had to put a lot of time and effort into that particular storyline. I have 2 upgrade points. I think I want to upgrade my Intuit, but I don't really know if there's much more that I'll be using Intuit on. Hold on, we gotta use these 2s. Uh-oh. Oh, this one just straight up gives food to the flotilla. Oh, this one's a way better. Okay, we need to invest in this then. Possibly not great. 3s are bad, potentially. I don't want to lose algae growth. Just what do you use these 2s on? We really need to... Yeah, I could get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. We really need to make progress on the, we really need to make progress on the operation. Uh-oh. But I need to do this too. Feels bad to leave dice unused, but oh, come on! Well, thankfully, I was able to do sacrifice section properly. The oxygen rich mix causes your torch to ignite a patch of crops. This isn't going to save this place. Yeah, yes it will! Yes it will. We're working on it. Shush. I could use it to get data, but I don't really need the money is the thing. Oh, you can decide the fate of this facility and shave it for resource management? What do you mean? 14 pips left on my negative clock? On the other one? Yeah. But that one's fine. That one isn't per cycle. This one is. I need to be very careful about this. I only have 7 pips left on this one. We only have 7 cycles left for Esha's run. So I really, really, really need to get all the water and food onto the ship as soon as I can. But the biggest thing, the shedding of sectors. Oh yeah, that was only a thing I could do once. That was a one-time thing. It was basically like a potential big bonus for a potential huge risk. Like if I failed on it, I would have lost a lot of time basically. I think if we had failed to sacrifice the sector, we probably wouldn't have enough negative pips left over to actually like save the ship. So basically what I need to do right now is I need to fill up all 3 of these clocks to get Peak's plan in motion. Just doing a count, gotcha. I need to do 6 pips here for the Briar upgrade. Basically we're gonna slice some thrusters off of, it was a lot of pips so I got curious. Oh, fair enough, I gotcha. But thanks for the heads up. So we've got 3 things we need to do for Peak's master plan to get us through the cordon here. There's a cordon of like ships and stuff that are preventing us from going in to save these people. There's a lot of management. Yeah, I ended up kind of getting a little in over my head here. Prep as much as, yep, we do. We've got 7 pips. Right now I am very close to finishing up the water. I only need 2 more pips here. 2 more pips of the water. I only need 2 more successes on the water for the flotilla. The food is technically running by itself, but I would like to be able to get the flotilla. I'd like to be able to just directly harvest algae using my abilities. 7 pips left, so 30 dice. I don't want to know the odds. I don't want to know. I don't want to do the math. No math. We're gonna fly by the seat of our pants. That's how best I work. Because if I do the math, I'm gonna make a misstep on either the calculations or the actual execution, and I don't want either of those to happen. So we're just gonna fly by the seat of our pants. Alright. Let's head home. We'll hang out in the Haifa commune. There's no cat in the Haifa commune, though. Oh, hold on. I need to go get some food from Memphis. Noting that down, patient has a very adverse reaction to maths. Okay, so we're gonna need to add some pepper over here. No, please! I can't handle it! Handle what? You said the word! The A word! Let's see, adverse? Oh wait, no. No, that's fine. No, addition! Looks like a sleeping citizen. Hey, Rabbit, how's it going? It is. 'Tis a sleeping citizen. I'm sleeping a little too much lately, I think. Or maybe not enough. Who knows? Who can say, really? Time to end the cycle. Aww. Is it going good, Hussy? It's going well with me, I think. It's going pretty well, I think. Let's see. I'm running low-ish on condition. Alright, we have 6 pips left. We have 6 cycles left. We have 6 cycles left before Esha needs to leave. So we're gonna have to rush. We're gonna have to hurry, I think. Alright, we need to get food, we need to get water. But we also need to, like, at the very least, we need to make sure we can actually get through to the... we need to make sure we can get through to the flotilla. So we're gonna be working on this one today, I guess. Oh. Oh, jeez. Are you serious? I have to do 6 pit. That's impossible. What? It's only +1 for each one? I need to do 18. I need to do 18 pips? Alright, fine, I will do the math. That's gonna take me over 3 cycles of perfect. That's gonna take me over 3 cycles of doing it perfectly. Oh, Jesus. This is gonna be tight. This is gonna be real tight. Function and derivatives? Yeah! God. Do you know what the emergency protocol is for someone on the space station drifting away? Wave goodbye? I feel like it's probably send somebody out with a tether. You're an imposter. Oh, that's a good one, too. I feel like tether somebody up and send them out for a spacewalk, right? Listen to their last words because there's literally no way to save them. Oh, God, I was right. God, why did I have to be right? Just remind Loaf, blink twice if you're in danger. Throw everything on hand away from the station. Susan is slow. Yeah, oh yeah, wait, hold on. Doesn't that work? Can't you, like, throw stuff away from you to change your propulsion? As long as you're not moving too fast, you can, like, whoo! You can, like, throw stuff away and, like, push yourself, right? I guess we're gonna try the blind spot first. Technically, yes, throwing something causes reaction force on you, and since space has no friction, no air friction at least, no air resistance. But it's not enough to slow you down dramatically. No! I thought we had something here! Alright, if we use a 3 here, it'll make a 5. Okay, there we go. Positive outcome. All across the coordinated and security are keeping a close eye on things. I wonder if this is shared between these two. Your movie's slow enough, it could work though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. So these ones raise Havenage suspicion if you're not careful, but I think you can lower Havenage suspicion by going here and deflecting suspicion. Actually, yeah, I think they are. Little wedges. Okay. Time to re-roll. Good! That's real good. Alright, we're gonna use this one here since we have a +2. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. And we got 5 cryo because it was in an interface option. Okay, now we're gonna go to the crew canteen. We're gonna try to convince the crew to help us. Oh, Jesus. You notice a crew set apart from the others. Apparently they have been discussing smuggling supplies with the Cordon themselves. Interesting. Sounds like we can help each other. Well, there's no official records of this ever happening. There's a very, very creepy audio of a Russian woman that was heard during the Cold War. The audio was received from the upper atmosphere in orbit and is likely of a failed Russian experiment with space travel. Ugh. Scary. Oh, the Sozetta Slow thing was about me being scared of math, wasn't it? Now I get it. We're now going up against time. We are. I mean, we were this whole time. I didn't realize the peak thing would be so crunchy. Time crunchy. But no worries. We've got at least a little progress going on with the food. We should be able to pull this off. We should be able to pull this off. This is gonna be really tight though, I swear. We're already kind of a little under suspicion for the water, but we already have all the scrap we need. Could you imagine if we had tried to do this without the scrap? What would we have even done? Like, I can't balance getting scrap as well. My God. I was lucky that I had 7 scrap when we did it. They're back. Yes. Okay. I'll be taking your scrap, please. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. All right, fantastic. We got ourselves 3 things of scrap. Let's head home and patch ourselves up. Cha-chum. Cha-chum. All right. Why can't we just punch the ship mine fragment until it turns? Good question. Like trade the ship mine fragment for like 35 scrap. Let's see. All right. The farm stacks. This is something completely different. All right. Ankita, that's who it was. What other things with sidereal ticket help Bliss compete, flotilla aid, and breaking quarantine? Uh-oh. Yeah. I'd really like to get that upgrade point for Intuit +2. Take a little bit of metal LTI and call it scrap. Yeah, that makes, yeah, sure. Yeah, there's no worry. Honestly, we've got, excuse me, we've got plenty of time. No worries at all. No need to get stressed or anything. End cycle. Okay. Nice! Looking good. go. All right, we can do this, I think. We've got a couple of these we can pull off pretty easily. Let's do the canteen. Convince the crew. That made me go full in. Pi PM Pyromaniac. Please no. We don't need hyper bombardment maths for sure. All right, there we go. That's looking good. What should we put the 6 in? We don't have anything under a +1 for anything at all. So I kind of want to finish the sabotage sensors as soon as possible. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. All right, blind spot is done. Peak is waiting for you when you slip out of the operations center, nervously poking at their small slate. Burn! Burn to the ground! Woo! Try formation! Sleeper, they hiss. I followed what you were doing on the network. Incredible work. How do you do that? I'm not really sure. Peak smiles. Well, it seems pretty incredible to me. Almost worth being... They stop themselves. Sorry, I didn't mean... Don't worry about it. Peak nods. Sorry. You and Peak quietly slip into the main walkway and work your way back to the public areas of the cordon. Havenish has had to quickly respond to the flotilla's arrival, and that means a lot of contractors and spacers walking through these corridors. You blend in easily enough. I haven't really met a sleeper before, Peak begins, as you might have guessed. They smile nervously. Hawthorne is an XPR service outpost, and since the collapse, no one came for refueling or repairs anymore. So my generation has never met anyone outside the company. Oh, wow. We heard about sleepers. They nod in your direction. From the data packets that come through from XPR every once in a while. They usually contain news along with the corporate propaganda, but the reports relied on the details. SNR Bravo have kept the sleeper program pretty quiet anyway, and I think XPR are only interested in telling their employees about it because it made living in our company town look like a good life in comparison to being a piece of corporate property. They freeze. Sorry, again, I don't mean... They look down. I'm just not sure how to talk about this stuff. Neither do I. Peak smiles. Glad I'm not alone. I'll shut up about it now. You walk on a little further, the walkway becoming busier. You both relax a little more and go with the flow of people. I just want to say, I think I understand. They begin again. Clearly this has been on their mind. I understand the need to escape, to get free of it all. They laugh at themselves. The structures, the systems, the company horizons in a company town, they stare ahead. The small places, small corridors, small people, they look away. The slow death it brings. That's it. They turn to you. I get why you signed up to be a sleeper and why you escaped from that too. Nod. You try to form words, but you can't. There's altogether too much running through your head. But you look at Peak and they look at you, and that seems okay for now. You walk in silence again, each of you in their own thoughts, but moving together through space nonetheless. After a while, you come to the entrance to the cordon, where handfuls of workers and crews filter in and out through 2 huge loading bay doors. Peak stops. Okay. They pause. I'm heading back to the Briar. Once again, incredible work on the sensors. That blind spot you created, that should give us a real advantage. See you soon. They head off, disappearing into the crowd almost immediately, outrunning their own nervousness. Well, heck yeah, there we go! Looks like we're done there. Alright. Let's use this last bit to work on convincing a crew. I don't like... That's getting me nervous a little bit. Or a diatom, they'll need it, yeah. Why is that not doing anything? Uh-oh. Oh, I think I may have made a mistake. Oh, I think I may have made a huge mistake. I don't understand. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. 2, 4, 6, 8, that's 4. Oh. Okay. Maybe we can pull this off. Yeah, we can still pull this off, I think. Okay, I didn't realize how that works. Okay, I didn't realize, of course we're gonna need algae growth, but I didn't think about, okay. You can use dice to accelerate the growth, if you need to. The algae growth thing is a limit to how much you can harvest, like scrap. I figured. What's your idea? I figured. Yeah, don't, no, let me figure that's good, it's good. I appreciate you wanting to help, but I'll get through it. I'll figure it out. This is a puzzle, I want to solve it. Alright, looks like we should go buy some fungus from Emphis. Is there a Rubik's Cube? No, please! I'm awful at Rubik's Cubes. Well, I say that, it's just that I haven't taken the time to learn how to solve them. Anybody can be good at a Rubik's Cube as long as they put the practice in, just like with anything. Let's see. I'm going to feed my cat some crackers. And we're going to end the cycle. Getting kind of nervous. Alright, that's doable, I think. Alright, to make things a little bit more, a little bit simpler, let's go ahead and harvest some food for the flotilla. John. Yep, that makes sense. All right. But again, we need to make sure. Ooh, I'm getting kind of nervous. What if Cry is edible and the cat's just eating each shit like a cracker? I don't think that. I mean, maybe it's like a super duper mega cyborg cat. Yep, I had a feeling. That's fine. Having a suspicion isn't that big of a deal. You overhear a crew member arguing against the quarantine, but are noticed listening in. People are getting suspicious. Not that suspicious. Listen, shush. It'll be fine. Yeah, okay. There we go. In that case... You meet Peak leaning in a corner of the canteen in their typically unassuming way. It occurs to you as you approach that Peak must have had some practice at staying invisible. All good? They look up from their slate. That crew you were talking to. They nod to the group leaving the canteen. Will they join us? They'll do it. Nicely done. Peak beckons for you to follow as they peel off the wall and head out into the walkway overlooking the cordon. Glad you're here to talk them into it. I never had much of a way with people. Peak smiles and looks away quickly as you walk. You and Asha seem to do okay. Peak laughs their light and easy laugh. Asha's not really like other people, but you've probably noticed. If only everyone was like Asha. They fade off, something drawing their attention. What I mean is, people have caused me a lot of trouble. I've had people hate me without knowing a thing about me. They tuck their hair behind an ear. I'm sure you know the feeling. I do. Peak glances at you. Sorry to hear that. It marks you, am I right? It does. Peak nods. You both walk in silence for a moment, not an awkward silence, but one of solidarity. Peak leads you around a corner, heading back to the main cordon accessway. I appreciate you coming in and helping us out on the sleeper. I'm talking to the crew and, well, you know. Maybe after this insane plan is done, we can talk properly. BRB, see you soon, boy! Come back soon, please! Whatever works. They keep looking ahead and you realize they are nervous. I like that. Peek smiles, looking down at their feet. Not settled then, they say to the floor. Aww. I better report to New Stasha. We have ourselves a tag escort. Peek stops at an intersection. See you soon, Sleeper, and please take care. And with that, they drift away. Their head down, their gait changing as they do, their practice invisibility shrouding them like a cape. Dang! Okay! We're doing really, really well. We're doing really well. 4 cycles left, and we're 2/3 of the way done with Peek's mission. And we're, I want to say, like, nearly done. Very, very close to done with Ash's, with the supply run. We're just a couple dice away from getting enough water. Yeah, we're just a couple dice away from getting enough water. I can see why they said you better be far late in the game before trying this, because you need a lot of resources to do this in the time limit. Oh baby. Should we spend this 5 on slice thrusters? Yeah, we should. We're gonna have to be really careful. Yeah, let's slice them thrusters. Ta-cha! Alright, got 1 Briar upgrade. We only need 5 more Briar upgrades. We gotta be careful to avoid Haven suspicion. We might end up having to use some to deter suspicion to deflect suspicion at the canteen. But it's looking like we're making pretty good time. It's looking like we might be able to, yeah, it's looking like we're gonna be able to pull this off, but goodness, we need to do 3 more. We need to get 3 more perfect algaes, which means that we'll be able to do that. We have enough pips to do that. Perfect. It's just 3. Just 3. So we have enough if we get 3 perfect algaes. We need 3 perfect algaes. We need 2 perfect waters. All good. And we need 5 perfect. We need 5 perfect Briar upgrades, and we should be able to do this. Cutting it a little close, but I think we got this. Let's go grab some food at Emphasis Stall. We've had some busy days. Like, we've had some busy cycles these past few cycles. Good God. But it's nice. It's nice to stay busy. Thanks, Emphas. Girls in the Greenway. Heck, maybe after we get the... Maybe after we get the, this whole thing done, I can start harvesting some mushrooms again. Get me some stabilizer. Just in case I end up needing it. Let's see. We need to use this 1 for something. Let's head back across the gap, across the rim, or to the rim, I should say. Close your eye. Grab some Yat. Actually, I'm starting to like the Yatagan. The Havenage is really kind of bothering me, so we're gonna grab some Havenage data. Yeah, I mean, if we ever... Wake up, Sleeper! If we ever get hard up for cash, I can just sell some of the Yatagan data that I've acquired. I think I have about 150 cryo worth of data there. It's just in Yatagan. And it's not hard to acquire data. Let's see. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Sleep! Sleepy time! Let's go hang out at the Haifa. Could definitely use some scrap, that's for sure. I might end up having to use a supplement. Sorry, stabilizer. Okay, those are some good numbers. Oh, What is this? A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone. Its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. You need to speak. Who's this? The drone clicks and whirs and the recording starts playing again. Speak. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer and the drone bobs away to a safe distance, but as it does, you see the HA of Havenage emblazoned on its side. Could this be Feng's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. That's strange. I don't really want to deal with the I've got so much on my plate right now! What do you want? As you enter the passage that leads to the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it, and then flits into a side passage leading to a set of narrow stairs. You climb up through a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto an observation platform. The cordon and the vast, ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect the situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? Oh. Hi. A woman is standing at the window at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She too seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. Excuse me. The drone buzzes by her shoulder and she turns. Sleeper, sorry for all of the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone. But I have never regretted being cautious. She smiles a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helena. Shake her hand. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look. She glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and she cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls, the yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Havenage member when you see them. You are Havenage. Yes, I mean, I expect that is obvious. The tight smile again. I hope you won't hold that against me. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I am not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one is happy about this. Then release the flotilla. She sighs. How do you think this works? She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Havenage mean to you? An obstacle. A roadblock. A problem. A work in progress. She smiles. Fair, I think. Havenage is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it is my duty to listen to them. That is why I was elected by the members. Wow. Okay, so she's big. Frustrated Havenage counselor. There you go. That is why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That is what we do. And the flotilla? She turns and looks out at the clump of fractured ships. The flotilla is a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of Jirol? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helena's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Havenage works. I came to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. How do you know? I'm gonna stay silent. I know you think that you are helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. Dang. I was thinking that they were just gonna give me an obvious evil choice to just abandon the flotilla and help the Havenage. But man, this makes it way more complicated. Oh. These debates are at a standstill. Helena walks to the window. Too many in the Havenage Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. You wish everything was that simple on the Eye, yep. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline councilor's case. Criminals who stole the ship from XP are undermining the security of the station? She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. Yeah, we've seen their writing isn't lazy like that. True. The refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those XXPR spacers you're running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? More than I know about you. She looks at you, pleading. Let's change that, Sleeper. Welcome back, boy! Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapsed. We need to be ready for whatever is coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here, helping me protect it. Helena fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move. That they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down. That Havenage will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget the suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if it goes ahead and they're caught. Every way I look at it, the Eye looks compromised, the quarantine justified. The hardliners get their scapegoat. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether, to persuade the members they are the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. Oh god, this game is so brutal. I swear this game's writing is so good. God, I love just how realistic and gray everything is. Ah! God! You look back at her and the flotilla behind and sense a desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. She rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers, help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and the flotilla and wondering what it feels like to be on one of those ships. So close to your destination and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Havenage Council Chamber across the Eye where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back under the stairwell in the cold dark below. Gray and gray, smushed together. Dang. Whew. This is brutal. Yeah, not gonna lie, this is rough. This is real rough. Dang. I'm gonna get some food. For the flotilla, I mean. Let's see. Ta-da! I hope it's yummy, me too. Man, I hope it's really great food. I think it's just algae, but Sure would be nice if it was something a little more... If it actually was kind of tasty, I mean. Alright, let's go for it. Yeah, buy some of Emphasis fungi for the flotilla. That makes sense. No. What? Wait, did it not re-roll my... Oh. Well, that's rather interesting, isn't it? Alright. Water time! You find an element vial behind a web of sensors. Delicately, you begin filling a tank. Esha gives you a thumbs up. It's working. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, Esha is double-checking the seals on the water tanks loaded onto the motorized trolley. Though you are far enough away from many thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. All good? Esha nods silently and hits the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up the wide service corridor with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Havenage, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Esha, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go a little easier. How did you meet Pete? Esha pauses, a little surprised by your question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. We grew up together. She answers quickly and turns back to the trolley, but you can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get her answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they're trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Pete, she pauses. Pete found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Esha's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peek is the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they needed someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. That was me. She smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Esha stops talking, but you see her eyes have lit up and you imagine she is recalling some moment or other from her and Peek's past. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over to the edge. When you are done, Esha turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she's gone, moving off into the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Esha's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Very interesting. Three cycles to go. This is feeling like it's not gonna happen, but God, I hope it does. Okay, Nah. We're gonna go to the, we're gonna go get some food for the flotilla. Hopefully this will be a little bit better. Come on, perfect. 25%, quarter chance. Yay! Positive outcome! We are so close. All right, let's go get some data. Yeah, honestly, I'm feeling I'm feeling really nervous about the whole Helena thing. Why do they have to make everything so complicated in this game? Oh, why can't it just be simple? Dang it. Alright, we're buying 2 ship mine fragments. Thanks, guys. Heading over to the Ord Fabricator. We're gonna make ourselves a ship mind. we're gonna head over to Paz's Import-Export. Yo, here's a fresh ship mine. Give me some money. Give me some emergency funds. Thank you. I need cat cracker money. All right. The Havenage. All right. Whoa. Just think about it. Okay. So we got all the water. We are one perfect die away from getting all the food. And we've almost got the Havenage. We just need five more perfect dice for the... 5 more 5s and 6s for the Briar upgrade. And then we will be perfectly ready for this. Perfectly ready for everything they can throw at us. I'm sure of it. Let's hang it. Let's sleep at the Briar base camp. We got some scrap because I think we did because we did an engineer action, so we can heal up with that. Here we go. No! Sleeper, Pika's waiting for you when you leave, but they look different. Pale, drawn out. Roll a 7 on your dice. There's enough room for the hex to display 7. There is! You need to come up to the Briar. Now. They don't meet your eye. What's happened? Not here. He kisses. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Pink walks away. Don't take long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Oh, come on! Come on! We're almost done! Don't you dare tell me I had less time than it actually said I did. As you walk into the Climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Esha is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open, with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize. Helena's drone. You freeze. Come in, quick! Pink nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Pink picks up and begins tapping away at. Esha looks up from the dissection. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Havenage spy. We think we got it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Pink looks at you nervously. Esha cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I've seen this drone. Spy here! Yeah! I've seen this drone. Esha frowns. Following you? I met its owner. Esha pauses for a while, Pink looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper. Esha says quietly. Tell them about Helena. You explain that you met with Helena at the Cordon, and you tell Esha and Pink about what she told you. But the Havenage Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Esha walks away in anger and then comes back again, her eyes burning. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Havenage are not your friends. They are administrators, which means they are interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. I didn't have a choice. Pete cuts in. Listen to them, please, Esha. They're with us. Pete glances between you two. What was the Sleeper supposed to do? They were ambushed by the Selena. I only listened. Let me tell you something, Sleeper. Esha says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human. They start talking about some part of being human, being equal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied or their processes compromised. Now you're stuck in neutral, no man's land. Yeah. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I've seen what it did to her. That noble higher calling is toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at a cost to their humanity. Peek tries to cut in, but Esha holds up a hand. Don't start, Peek. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. I could have delivered that a little bit better, but whatever. You're right. Esha doesn't move for a moment, and she lifts a hand to rub her temples. She goes to say something, then stops. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I will make the run. She yanks on a strap. No more distractions. Sleeper. Peek looks torn. You have to understand this is personal for Esha. I know. Peek looks away, then at Esha. I don't know, Sleeper. I just don't know what to do. You glance around the Bay of Briar, the walls seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? You look at Peek. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peek rubs their forehead. Oh, should we do this thing or not? Yeah, I think we should. Now, keep in mind, or rather don't keep in mind, all of the mistakes I've made in the past of making horrible decisions. Don't look at my track record. Let's just do this. Peek nods. Okay then. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. They slip away to help Esha, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination settling in the room. Last chance to prepare. Too true. Alright, we're using the 6 for this one. Got the food. That should give me an upgrade point. You are leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Esha hops into one beside you, flexing her aching back. Is this enough? Esha squints at you as if you just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you have become familiar with. Doesn't matter either way. This is what we've got. She sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. In these past cycles working the algae stack with Esha, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you two. Something like silent trust, the kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. There's something I've been meaning to ask, and it's funny because there isn't, so I'm really curious as to what this is. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Esha raises her head cautiously. Go on. Why help the flotilla? Esha pauses, her protective instincts fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off, then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erlen's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get into the whole story, but wanting to offer something. She flinches, correcting herself. They are a service corp, you understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head, as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. You know what it's like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory, shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations. It's like living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave. She clenches her hands. So if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Pink and I, know what it's like to be forgotten. To be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns, and she doesn't look away. The silence extends and you realize the conversation is over. Esha seems angry, not at you, but with herself for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load the crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Esha will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. You never made a bad choice in your life. What are you talking about? You never. I refuse. None that I will admit to, at least. None that I will admit are bad. Yeah, I could not. I mean, let's be honest. All of my choices led me here. So how could I ever say any of them are bad? Let's see. Wait, did I get an upgrade point? No, wait. Yes! Okay. All right. Here we go. All right, so I did get an upgrade point. I helped put the stuff together. Okay. So I have an idea. You know what this means, right? All right. Briar's hold is full. One last thing. Engineer. That's what we're doing. I wanted to do into it, but we're doing engineer. I mean, heck, I've been really enjoying the engineer stuff, so... I really would prefer that to be a 6, but... Come on, positive, 50-50! Dang it. Oh, this is really bad. I can't do this without 6s anymore. There we go. There we go. That's just one away. Right? This won't... Yeah, positive doesn't raise suspicion. God, that was lucky! Ta-da! Okay, we're just one away. We've got 2 whole cycles. We can do... Well, maybe. I know we have 1 cycle for sure. I'm not actually sure if the last cycle lets us do anything, or if that's just the end of it immediately. It doesn't matter though, because we can pull this off. We got this. We've got so many chances. We only need one more. We only need one more 6, 4, 5, or 6. Actually, in 5 dice, possibly 10 dice. We only need 1, 4, 5, or 6. No, 10 dice, possibly 20 dice, because of my reroll. Because of my reroll. Either 10 dice or 20 dice. We need 1 single 4, 5, or 6. We can do it. I believe in us. All right. Let's go get some food from Memphis. Actually, I gotta go to the little streamer's room real quick. I'll be right back, you guys. See you soon. Hello again! Hey guys! Oh my goodness, like this has come down to the wire! I am shocked at how little actual time we had to do this. Good lord. I mean, we're actually almost done with all of our drives. We've almost finished this. And I'm really excited to see how this goes. I guess we could go get a side reel ticket. Curtsy, well, yay! Curtsy. Thank you. Let's see. So, let's go to Memphis and get some fungus. Buy some, input some cryo. I do want to get the side reel ticket, but, I'm not exactly sure about it. Especially because, like, leaving the eye really doesn't make any sense anymore. Because, like, at the eye, there's a whole environment that I'm able to create stabilizer for myself and junk that I can get that allows me to repair myself and scrap, I should say. And this place seems perfect for me. Leaving just sounds like such a terrible idea. All right, to the Hyphodorm. Time to end the cycle. Oh goodness, I kind of want to get some scrap before we lose a die. That's the last thing we need, is to lose a die. All right. Wow, 11226. Here we go. One cycle left. Definitely has me nervous. Ta-da! All right, you managed to hit the hangar during a shift change and the whole place is empty. You come away with a thruster set with little effort. He grins as you pile the ion thruster sets onto the motorized trolley in a derelict loading bay. I borrowed this from Esha. I barely know how it works. They seem giddy at the idea of stealing the ship parts from Havenage. I thought you worked for XPR. I did, but not as a repair tech. They help you heave the thruster into position. My specialty was computer systems. I mostly worked on keeping the protocols that ran the refueling platforms from totally decaying due to lack of use. There's a load of platforms in orbit of the moon Hawthorne is on and Cinder itself. Esha and I ended up having to head out to them regularly to work on them. Sounds like hard work. Are you kidding? Peak smiles. That was the best job at Hawthorne. You get assigned a ship, you get to leave the colony for a bit. So much better than outpost maintenance or canteen work. The only reason we got assigned it was that Esha's mother is the administrator of Hawthorne, and Esha managed to get my name on the list too. Better delivery. Peak looks for the trolley's ignition. Esha is always saving me. They find the switch and hit it, and the trolley starts whining. Peak looks at the thrusters. Esha will install these. The Briar's her baby, really. Peak looks towards the bay exit. Truth be told, I was surprised she could bring herself to take it from her mother. Using a ship that has to have hurt the colony. What is her mother like? Tough. You'd have to be to keep control of a services outpost with no services to provide. He clicks away. It's a tough place overall, Hawthorne. And Esha's mom, she likes it that way. Peak shuffles the trolley out of the bay into the corridor. They'll manage without the Briar. No choice. Peak smiles. And I have to admit, I'd love to have seen her face when she saw we had gone. Peak pauses. Don't tell Esha that. They walk on quietly, lost in their memories of Hawthorne. Okay, I think I can manage the rest. Peak brushes their hair out of their face. You've done more than enough this cycle. Peak looks over the thrusters. Once these are fitted, the Briar will handle better than ever. You might even get a thank you from Esha. Peak laughs. They hop into the corridor, the trolley whining its high-pitched whine. See you soon. Oh my goodness. Well, we did it. Breaking quarantine? We prepare. All right, well, I think we're about as prepared as we're ever gonna be. Good. I was really, when they said that she was gonna have to fit the thrusters on, I was really worried that it was gonna come up with another dial that was like, well, we have to wait like 3 cycles for her to put them on. And I'm like, no, but thankfully, that is not what happened. All right, well, God, we had to push for that deadline, but Jesus. Okay, so we had to push real hard for that deadline, but we did it. We made it, which means now we can take some time off and do some stuff we want to do. Like stay alive. Yeah, I need Endure for this. Nice. I could grab myself some scrap, but I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm actually just going to use I think I'm just going to use some stabilizer today. It's harder to get a hold of and more expensive, but I think in general it would probably be better. It is Intuit for the harvest mushrooms. Dang it. Yeah. All right. Well, I've got 3 drives, so for my last 3, if I get these 3 drives, my last thing that I'm gonna get is Intuit +2. Sure, 1, 2, 3, hop! Alright, let's go help out Bliss. We've got time. We finished our extremely pressing thing for today. Excuse me, for today, so let's take the Ascender's car up and help Bliss finish this project. We've got a +2 on engineering now, so we can just get this easily. Cha-chong! 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 We did it! You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't decide to do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He's clearly just bought them and brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds, they were very, very thankful. So they brought us, like, food? I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What is inside it? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know. She looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A dang mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Oh, the Hyphocomians should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. We can sell mushrooms. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself, or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong, then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new Patch Together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way, too. Well, dang, okay. 4 cycles, 3rd time lucky. Bliss is taking another shot at landing a contract. After the run you've had, this seems like a last chance. It might be. I don't think I got any mushrooms is the problem. Maybe they gave me some girolles, but I don't know. Alright, well, yeah. Let's go grab ourselves some data, some Havenish data, and we'll call today quits. To call this cycle a quits. All right. Let's see. Time to head back to the Greenway. Whew. I tell you, I'm kind of nervous about this. I'm gonna use a stabilizer. Alright, let's end the cycle. Okay, sorry. Quick thing I had to reply to. Alright. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yo, you're back! Welcome home. How are you doing? She's gone, Sleeper. Peek is breathless and shaking. She started the run without us. Esha? Peek looks confused. Who else? Let's go. If we head to the cordon now. Peek starts back up the corridor. They turn back. She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to. I knew it. Okay, I'm real glad. Oh man, I knew it was gonna be pretty bad, but tomorrow's a long weekend. Yay! Oh, by the way, I was meaning, do you usually like celebrate or like tell people, since Borb, I believe, mentioned it on the Discord about a week ago, I think it was. Do you usually say like Happy Hanukkah? I don't know the proper tradition, I guess you should say, the etiquette. You usually say Happy Hanukkah on the start of it, like when the day that it starts, or like during the time of it, or just like on the last day. I'm just curious. I don't know much about Hanukkah traditions. But I love learning things. Pizza! Pizza's delicious. To be honest, I don't know. Well, okay. Then I shall look it up. We shall study break together. I do love and appreciate how easy it is to find things on the internet, but there's something about just learning something from another human being that I really enjoy. So I like to go to people first before I check the internet. Hanukkah. Do you say Happy Hanukkah on the first day? I don't know how all I typed was, do you say ha? Do you say H-A? And it knew immediately. Okay, well, you know what? Whatever. That's fine. You can say it or Merry Festival and so on as much or as little as you wish during the 8 days. Okay. How easy it is to find something on the internet for now, true. Jewish law never requires you to say Happy Hanukkah. You can say it or Merry Festival and so on. Okay. Specific blessings are required during the candle lighting of the menorah each night. The blessings express gratitude. Okay, so when is Hanukkah? Exactly. Hanukkah. Evening of Thursday, 7th of December. Oh! Happy Hanukkah! Wait, actually, it's not the evening yet. To Friday, December 15th. All right, perfect. So the 8 days of Hanukkah actually begin this evening. Well, to anyone who celebrates it, Happy Hanukkah, no problem. Let's see. A shiver runs down your spine. Esha, I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, jeez. The cordon. You arrive, frantic and anxious at the cordon. Peek is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear footsteps hammering on the metal stairway Helena's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs 2 at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck. Sleeper. Peek emerges from the light. I know she's trying to protect me, but it's okay. She chose. But what about my choice, Sleeper? I'm not a child anymore. I can fight for myself. They turn away. There she is! Peek rushes to the wide window, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of the Climbing Briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. You spot the climbing briar, a glint of blue and white, and beside it the red glare of a tug's light. The tug grew in with her! Peek smiles. I knew they'd keep their word. Oh, this is a heck of a way to... Ooh. So we get to see how it goes based on how well we did. Oh, this is brutal. So we don't even get to be a part of it. We simply have to stand by and watch. That'll help. Pete doesn't seem to hear you, but the idea of the crew backing us up makes you smile. Maybe this thing will work. You watch as the briar and his tug escort arc down towards the edge of the cordon, demarcated by the red lights of the perimeter system. So far so good. The briar will just look like another refugee ship being escorted into the cordon, at least at a glance. Pete grips the rail as Escher reaches the edge of the cordon, that invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Now let's hope the blind spot triggered. You think back to the mess of systems you had to wade through to set it up. The delicate contingencies you set up to trigger the sensor blackout at just the right moment. Without noise, without ceremony, the briar slides through the cordon. You await the flickering of alarm lights, the swarming of drones, but nothing. Just another cycle, just another ship. Escher is in. Both you and Peek let out the breath you've holding and laugh. How did she do it? Peek smiles, shaking their head. We did it. Peek smiles wider. Yes, we did. They laugh. You feel a little shaky from the tension, but Peek's ease helps you settle. You imagine Escher steely-eyed in the pilot seat of the briar, searching for a place to dock. Maybe being stubborn has its advantages. You okay? You okay? Me? Peek sighs. I think that took years off my life, but I've got to hand it to Escher. She was right. Alright, we're not done yet, though. We've still got the last thing. The last contingency. The thrusters. She was right. You and Peek turn back to the window, looking for the briar again amongst all those hulls, the calm fading as new worries settle in. You spot the briar first this time, docking with the large of the flotilla's ships, a vast converted tanker, half of its protective plates removed. You think about the effort it must have taken to get that thing all the way here from the inner system. You watch the briar, unable to get any sense of progress from its placid exterior. They will be offloading everything now, Peek says, both assuring you and themselves that everything is going to plan. You think of all the supplies loaded into the briar and how long the process of unloading them might take. The bay was packed, rammed with everything you could offer, and the thought of bringing all that to the flotilla makes you smile. You think of the reaction of the refugees, of the welcome they'll give Escher as the bearer of such gifts. You even imagine a smile from Escher as she is showered with thanks. You focus on that as you watch the briar and continue the nervous wait for it to finish unloading. It's breaking off! Peek points at the briar, and you see the puff of air and dust that accompanies an emergency depressurization. Escher must have ended things early, but why? Then you see them. The tugs closing in on the briar. Havenage must have spotted the ship. You and Peek are up against the window again, willing the briar a safe path out of the flotilla. Suddenly the briar shifts in space, a blue blur between the two holes. Peek whistles. Look at that! They smile at you. Looks like those upgrades we put together work. You watch as Escher cuts through the crowded flotilla, the tugs not daring to follow her dangerous path and peeling away. It is hard to keep track of the briar, and suddenly both you and Peek are searching the black for a sign. Where's she gone? Then all of a sudden she is out, blue against the black, pulling away from the cordon on a wide arc back towards the station. A clean run. Peek cheers and smiles at you. We did it! She's out! They beam uncontrollably at you, the tension release. You find yourself smiling too, smiling at these two beautiful idiots and their beautiful ship. Then Peek is hugging you, squeezing you with all the nervous energy that had been building. Thank you, Sleeper. We did this together. They step back, still smiling. We did something. Come on. They rush out of the observation deck. Let's meet her. I got an upgrade point. Yay. Okay. Now where? You and Peek rush into the briar, finding yourselves in the now empty bay. The change is a reminder of what you've achieved, and looking around, you feel all the more satisfied. A hiss sounds at the far end of the bay, and Escher enters looking exhausted. Peek runs up to embrace her, but she sits down on the bay floor before they reach her. You did it! They sit beside her. Escher, you were incredible! She smiles a small smile at this, laying her head on Peek's shoulder. You suddenly feel like you're intruding, seeing the two of them like this, quiet and content. Sleeper! Peek calls. Come on over! You cross the bay and sit beside them on the hard metal floor. Escher, Peek asks, Did you give the flotilla our chairs? They both burst out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all, at the exhaustion and the worry and everything else. You laugh too, it's impossible not to, and after a while you all come to a stop. Peek wiping their eyes and Esha shaking her head. You would have loved to see it, Sleeper, Esha says quietly. The welcome I got. They came to greet the ship once I docked to offload the supplies. I told them I was coming, of course, as soon as I got inside the cordon, but there were so many. Children, families, they were smiling at me, shaking my hand. Sol was there too, Peek, and he's just as gruff as he sounds over comms. She smiles. They took it all, crate after crate, until the ship was emptied out. Esha looks away. There were so many, and even with everything we managed to bring, they needed more. They made me promise I would try to come back. Esha. Peek shakes their head. You know we can't do that twice. Esha stands up. What are we supposed to do? Wait for them to lift the quarantine? She's angry again. That familiar tension rising in her voice. Peek tries to pull her back down. Sit, Esha. Rest. You've done enough for today. Don't, Peek. I know my limits. Esha hardens. Okay, well, seeing as they didn't catch you, perhaps they will lift it. They know the flotilla poses no danger now, and if they can account for the extra load on the life support. Whoops! Esha walks away toward the ladder that leads up into the upper part of the ship. I need a rest, Peek. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. Then she limps up the ladder, step by painful step. Oh no. I'm afraid if you were expecting a change in Esha's demeanor, Peek smiles at you. It's okay. Let her rest. Peek nods. I think I need some rest too. They put a hand on your shoulder and get up from the floor. We couldn't have done this without you, Sleeper. And I know those in the flotilla would thank you too. Go rest. Thank you. Peek limps up the ladder too, leaving you alone on the metal floor of the bay. Your thoughts drift to all those people on the flotilla, sleeping and sitting on metal floors like this. Children, families, playing in cargo bays and repurposed fuel tanks. You know their story isn't over yet, and you looked forward to meeting them. The quarantine will lift, you feel more sure of this fact every moment, even though you aren't sure why. You lie back on the metal and stare at the ceiling. What was it Fung told you, Erlen said? The eye opens for us all. Maybe the old guy was right. A home for the lost. You like the idea of that. Maybe in time you can help make that a reality. But something is bothering you, a sliver of a thought like a splinter you can't extract. Why are thousands of refugees coming here now? People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? You shudder on the cold metal floor and get up. Something is coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. Oh my goodness, are you kidding? Uh-oh, this is a red one. Episode Flux complete! The first part of the flotilla story is complete. Episode Refuge begins when the cycle clock below is filled. Good luck! Oh god, okay, sure. I guess let's go win ourselves a side reel ticket. Why not? Time limit time! Alright. I just gotta get myself prepared. I just gotta get myself prepared as I possibly can. Unit assembly. Alright, well, I wanted to do structural fitting, and looks like we've got plenty for that, so go for it. Did y'all? Oh yeah, we've got enough to actually finish that today. Did-y'all? Did-y'all? Excuse me. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you were either called for a shift or you weren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, Sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Why, what's happened? Lem! Good to see you, friend! He is breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work, team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. Oh, baby, I want to give her a big ol' hug. Look at her little boots. I love her tiny little boots. Oh, her tiny little hands. She's so adorable. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther usually takes her sick. He stretches. I don't know what... A noise sounds from the entrance. A klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Am I going to be able to give him my ticket? He's not going to make the list. He's not going to make the list. And I'm going to have to make a choice whether I take my ticket onto the ship or I give it to him. Oh. Well, I don't want to leave. So I'm cool with that. I'm cool with like giving him the ticket. Lem stops down and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, He crouches to Mina. You are gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe. And he stands back up. Here, take her bag. Shoves it into your hands. She's got food, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. No! Oh my god! She's so small! Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, and sewn. Take the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out, and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Oh, Bun Bun. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. Oh my god, it's so cute. I'm gonna explode. This is so cute. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks me too. What? Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long you were talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like. And whether or not fairies live in the ice heating pipes. Okay, I think I get what's going on. Bun Bun! Yeah! Banyoy! Yeah! Look at his little face! Look at his little face! You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. Aww. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, looks like Mina can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs as she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response. Aww. He's such a good dad. I love them. See you, sleeper? He waves as they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Oh my god, it's just so wholesome. So sweet. Shipyard worker and his daughter. Oh, new drive, huh? Help Lem work. If Lem wants to leave on the side reel horizon, he'll need someone to watch Mina while he works his way onto the construction crew. Yeah, I guess he will. No. The vast colony ship is coming. Oh, no. The vast colony ship is coming together block by block. Each cycle you see another piece slot in place. You were promoted to the assembly team working on the hull itself, wheeling the fabricated blocks of the ship into place. A vast job. Yeah, for sure. Havenage offices, empty container. Oxy 4. Oh, low end. That's right. He said he was in the low end. It's over here. Lem and Mina's unit. Babysit Mina. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the side reel crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance. Okay. So I can babysit Mina a little bit. First, I gotta go get me something to eat in game. I gotta get me some Emphis fungus. Emphis, I brought money! Play me up some fungus, please. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All right. Let's re-roll, see if we... Ooh! That's what I'm talking about. All right, well... What's the... Well, that's weird. What would neutral be then? Strange. Is there anything else I really, really want to do aside from... Oh, I need to get some junk. Yeah, I need to go get some junk. Unfortunately, though, if I don't do positive, if I don't do guaranteed positive, there's a chance I lose condition getting this junk. So it'd be kind of a waste of time. I'm gonna do that real quick. Get some scrap components. I think I'm actually gonna go harvest some, no, I don't want a chance of not getting any club head caps. I think it'll be fine. Let's go babysit Mina. Is babysitting Mina has to be into it, right? That can't be anything but. It's engage. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. I forget about engage. Engage is weird. I'm not quite sure what engage is. Yay! Oh, I got energy. Okay. I get energy if I do well enough for babysitting Mina. That's fun. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back and you two eat together. Oh, that's sweet. This game is so lovely. I love this game. It's just so nice. Let's go to my repaired unit. Feed my cat. Here you go. Sorry I've been gone so long, baby. But I'm home. Alright. Neutral outcome. I figured it was just guaranteed to be neutral. Alright, well, if I can dedicate like a whole cycle, if I can dedicate a whole cycle to getting scrap, it'd be really, really nice. I feel like what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to dedicate, yeah, 3 cycles until we start the next part of the DLC, which is going to be possibly brutal. Here we go. Let's go ahead and take a break. Let's end the cycle. I keep saying terms that could be misconstrued. I'm not taking a break from the stream. That's pretty good. Feed the maquette. I feel like we're probably gonna need a ship mind at some point for the DLC, so I'm gonna hold on to as many as I can. I'm gonna hold on to at least 2. I feel like 2 is too many, but I want to be safe. I'd rather be safe than sorry, especially because I don't really need the money right now. All right, so they're done. They're leaving next cycle, or yeah, they're leaving at the end of this cycle. Alien Crossing, they've still got they still got 7 cycles before they are back, so I'll be able to get some ship mind fragments from them. I actually completely forgot that these guys can sometimes give you ship mind fragments. Let's see. Havenage offices we can sell Yatagun data to, or ship mind fragments, but I'm not really in the market to do that. We gotta work on the side rail. Hello, Rooster Mug! How are you doing today? Are you having a wonderful morning? Afternoon, night, evening, perhaps? One of those. Are you having a wonderful time period? And just how are you doing in general? Welcome to my stream. The chillest of streams. You know, except for when it isn't. I'm doing pretty good. We just got done with a very, like, high octane portion of the stream. That was a little curtsy. There was a little nerve-wracking. But, we managed to pull it off. And, with like, no casualties. It's about 2:41 p.m. Fun. All right, then. Happy afternoon. All right, we've got 2 more cycles before Bliss finds the next contract. Theoretically. I think I'm going to go grab some scrap from the field. Since I have these 5s to work with, I think I'm going to go grab some scrap real quick. Although I also really want to... I'm gonna go grab 1 scrap. I'm gonna grab 1 scrap. Alright. Work the scrap fields. We're gonna head over to the aviary where my seeds are planted. We're gonna guarantee me a mushroom. Nice. Got me... Oh! Some matsutake and some clubhead caps. Just random mushrooms. Dang. What are the odds? I guess we can give it a shot. Let's try to get one. Negative. Yeah, I had a feeling. Alright, no worries. I also just realized it doesn't really matter because I can't use spores right now anyway. But I can go over to the Hypha Labs and give Rico some clubhead caps to synthesize. Fantastic. Alright, now I have another stabilizer that I can use. Let's head back over to the rim and grab some data, since that's pretty much the only other thing I can do right now. Open my eyes. And then I think we're just gonna rest. We're gonna wait for things to pan out. I think we're about to... Okay, no, we've got 2 more cycles. We've got 2 more cycles before everything hits the fan. Very nervous. Very, very nervous. All right. Time to get some sleep. Time to feed my cat some crackers. Repair myself a little bit. Oh wait, wrong button. Okay. Let's end the cycle. Whoa, that's a good roll. Okay, that's a fantastic roll. So... oh, what should we do then? I feel like we should try to help Lem and Mina. I could really use some scrap. Maybe I'll just dedicate today to getting scrap. I'm sick of doing like cycle to cycle on scrap. I need to just get it all of it that I can in a single day, in a single cycle, so that I don't have to worry about it for a while. Okay, yeah. That's a possible bad. I don't think I want to risk it. Intuit to collect spores, huh? That should be better. Positive? No. Alright, well. No worries, we'll go grab some more data. Hold on. What happens in negative? Minus energy. I don't want to even risk that. 50% neutral, 50% negative? Nope. Alright. Next cycle is when everything gets exciting. Potentially. You know, if we hadn't had that scrap, we wouldn't have succeeded. If we hadn't had that scrap, we would have failed. It was down to the wire. There was no chance. Wow, that's... wow, that's kind of unsettling. But I guess we'll see. And really the only reason it's unsettling is because I'm worrying that maybe I don't have enough of the things I'm going to need for this next section. But again, I mean, there's no way to know, so... whoop, froze for a second. There's no way to know, so I guess we'll just do it and hope that we've got what we need. What is that? Quit it. Okay, so we're gonna scrap repair ourselves. Get some cryo. Yeah, really all we gotta do is, I mean, it's just, all we gotta do is work out in the scrap fields occasionally, every few cycles. Every so often we just gotta work in the scrap fields to boost our collection, trade with the scrap dealers, stuff like that. And we can get ourselves some scrap. I don't think there's any other way to get scrap easily aside from stealing from the, I think it's the Paz Import-Export. No. The Midline Freight Hub? Yeah, we can steal from the Midline Freight Hub, but I really have no idea what happens when I fail this Midline security. Do they chase me off forever? I don't know. I don't want to risk it. Alright. right, time to the cycle. Feed the cat. It hits you like a wave. Oh, God. It hits you like a wave. A white edge breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. What happened? Oh, if a new Gen Z meme made me realize something. Alright, in order to deal with this actually possibly apocalyptic event, we're gonna need the power of the moon! Magical Moofy! Skibidi Toilet 2? I feel like I've heard of Skibidi Toilet. What did you realize, Rabbit? And how you doing, by the way? Welcome to the stream. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float. You are the silence. 1, 2, 3, hope. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around looking for a sign of some change, damage on the walls, shouts in the difference, distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the data banks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in cold vacuum. In the wave was noise. Sticking out your... Oh my god. I must be... The heck this is? I mean, it's... Really? I mean, fair enough. I guess I get it. I mean, I think it's a little silly, but I also think, I guess there's a little bit of silliness to every slang term, every colloquialism that is generated by the youth. Come on, totally rad, gnarly. You can't tell me those aren't silly. On fleek? Come on. You can't tell me those aren't goofy as all heck. Booyah! Like, pretty much all slang is goofy. Like, sure, if you can't really understand, like, if you don't really get it, I mean, that's, I guess because you haven't been surrounded by it, immersed in it, forced into it, your head under the waves, like you're being waterboarded by bad memes. Love understands the Gen Z humor. Love must be secretly the Gen Z spokesperson. I'm the humanities spokesperson. I speak for the dudes. I speak for the me's. The low facts. The lore facts. The low facts. You don't speak for me, do I? Do I not, Rabbit? Do I not? Do not remember that fateful day? The fateful day when your voice was given... Thoughts were given voice by the power of Lofi. Do not worry. I speak for us all! God, I hope not. I can't handle that kind of responsibility. I'm not ready to be a speaker of everybody. I don't know how to speak with the trees. I can't speak for the me, much less anybody else. Do I live in a house? I don't know. I might. I might live in a house. I might live in an apartment. I might live in a mouse. I might live in a car. I might live in a freight train. I might live in an old, hollowed out capsule home on the outskirts of the busy city, waiting, watching the lives go by as the grass grows outside my tiny little dwelling, as the wild packs of hungry dogs circle around waiting for me to exit my room to become their next meal. That one's probably not right, but if you live in a house and you're in America, I guess that makes you the speaker of the house, doesn't it? I would never, ever presume to speak for the abode that I dwell in. They got their own life. Release the hounds, yeah. I gotta make sure that they're placated every time I go outside. It's a good joke, though. I'll give you that one. I'll applaud you for the joke. Applause! Good joke, Rabbit. Raboot. Oh, I got tea waiting. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hello again! Every time I move someone with a big speaker, I tell the clients I found the speaker of the house. He was here. It was here the whole time. This music is super chill. Me too. Thank you. Yeah, it's very chill. It's extremely relaxing. I love this game's whole vibe. It's kind of amazing. We're getting to a bit of an intense section of the game. We're getting to like the post-game content effectively. I just haven't really felt like comfortable stamping the game at any point. We did finally hit the credits, but it just didn't feel like an end of the game. I feel like once we finish the DLC, that'll be the real end of the game. I want to get all the drives done. I want to finish every last thing to do in the story, and then I will stamp the game. Hey, yo, how you doing? Yo, I'm here. Neighbor came with a portable heater. Yay! I'm so glad. Are you feeling better? Are you getting nice and toasty? I don't want your toes to fall off. That would be sad. That would be very sad. Big hug. I missed one small spot, did I? What did I miss? Hey, Misha! Big hugs! I mean, you tell me, huh? Should we do a quick retrospective on Outer Wilds? Not right now, obviously, but later? It's cold. I'm gonna hop in bed, maybe sleep, maybe game, maybe chill here. Maybe. Big warm group hugs! In the wave was noise, just as the sound produced by a wave raking across a pebble beach represents trillions of impacts heard as a single roar. So this sound was the result of trillions of electrons flickering in place heard as a single, impossible scream. It's really not anything important, just one small wall in one small area that probably 99% of people miss. Interesting. Gonna burp if you whistle a lot? Oh, yeah? Why? Do they copy you? Or do they, like, hound you? Oh, wait. Oh, is it like a mating call thing? Ah. They copy you. Also, was playing with Sans and Fingari. Okay, I had to get to a different point of view. Fingari on maintenance spell, and guess what? I'm so rusty I want to cram to 0 matches? It's a tough game. It's a tough game. It's like howling at a wolf. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. Once you start, they don't stop. Oh, no. A memory image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edged white curve. The wave. It's like insanely ironic coming from me. It is. Oh, yeah. I love that the little line from Britney Spears' Toxic. The wave approaches the eye. The eye spins, turning each part to face the vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data cloud forms, the bright market, the low end, the greenway, the wastes, then the wave hits just as the flotilla, the cordon, turns to face it, and after that everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Oh, Jesus. Sleeper. Lawrence is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Cockatoo. My grandpa had cockatiels, and he'd tell one who was Brady Bird, and the thing would constantly whistle in the same tone as how you say the words. Cute. Cute! Alright then, we're in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. If it doesn't... Are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got here. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be... He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. Clodagh Vale. One day my cat's broke his cage. Oh, and he escaped, never to be seen again. Oh no. Big hugs for Clodagh Vale. My grandpa had cockatiels. Oh, whoops. Already read that one. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Heck, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head, and I would hate not to pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. Now I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Alright, here we go. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I really hope this one isn't time limited, or this is going to be very, very complicated. It is! Oh, selected launch window for the Steward. Oh my god! Are you kidding? The selected launch window for the Steward Vector's maiden voyage is closing. This is going to be a tight one. Oh my god! This is never going to happen. Me too. I hope he managed to find happiness. Nikki. Nikki loved to sit on my grandpa's shoulder all day, eating popcorn and watching TV with him. She ended up flying outside and went, oh my god. So many sad bird stories. Oh my god! No! Nikki is a great name for a bird. I'm so sad now. Poor Nikki. Let's see. Oh my god. I just want to change the sun. No, I'm not saying. I just, oh my god, I'm so sorry that happened. My grandpa didn't want any more birds after that. I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. That sounds awful. That sounds extremely traumatic. God. Ow. Just painful just to think about it. God. Oh. All right. So before we burn, we're gonna need to. Okay, we literally only have 6 cycles to do this. We might actually have to math this out. Otherwise, we might not be able to do this. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs all are gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Havenish staff and contractors clearing the cordon. Push forward. You push through the flow of people, and despite a few suspicious looks, they offer no resistance. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise most areas seem functional. I love the snow. It is snowing. Ah, that sounds wonderful. Snowy dog happies. Happily scooping snow in her little mouth. Oh my god. The emotional whiplash. It's so wonderful. Happy hair wiggles. Oh, baby. I love your little puppy. Your little puppy is the cutest. Why didn't... I could have sworn it... Pupper eats snow. Snow pupper. Consume. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Havenish security? Should have known better than to wander into this place. You brace yourself as you turn. It's Peak, right? Sleeper! Peak embraces you as you turn. What are you doing here? Did you see the cording go down? Did Esha speak with you? Peak glances around and you can see they're panicked. Where's Esha? I have no idea. Peak runs a hand through their hair. I was away from the ship, and when I got back, she'd taken it and gone. Then I saw the damage to the cordon. Peak looks at you with wild eyes. What if this is some Havenish attempt to clear the flotilla? To scuttle the refugee ships? It isn't. Peak pauses. What do you know, Sleeper? Something hit the station. Peak looks incredulous. Hit? Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. They paused to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal? An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peak runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you were saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Esha. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Esha no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Seems like. Ah. Here we go. Finally. We can move on. You find a small shuttle scavenging supplies from the cordon and take it back to the flotilla. They'll take you too if you bring some scrap along. Alright. I was kind of hoping to use that, but sure, why not? I'm wondering if maybe the timer for this thing won't start. After starting the pinning procedure. No, not the pinning! The pinning. Good night, everyone. Good night, love y'all. Yeah, catch you for Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Hope you're excited. Hopefully we're gonna put a stop to some of this shadow nonsense. All right. You need to learn how to train Mark? It's easy. I can teach you. But for now, you gotta get to bed. The pinning has begun. It cannot be stopped once started. The process is unstoppable. That was a little redundant, but... Yeah! Oh, I'm hyped for Saturday, too. You know me. I love Retro Saturdays, and I know you guys do, too. The pinning cannot be halted. Night. Yeah, it's pretty wonderful. Oh, I thought you were... Yeah, you need to get it, Rabbit! Cube! The pinning cannot be halted! Alright, well, I'm nervous about going over to the... I'm nervous about going over to the Cordon. But we have to find out what happened. I hope this doesn't start something. There's no, it's not a talk bubble. Damage control. Okay, perfect. This is not time limited. That means we have, okay, good. Perfect. Oh, thank God. All right. We are headed back to the rim. We're gonna go help Bliss. We gotta go help Bliss. Help Lem work. Starts the rumbling. Let's see, we'll use the 6. That's 3. You delicately spin the spur, unwinding the sailcloth without it tearing. Bliss thumps you on the arm. She's impressed. So let's see. The Starwood Vector's experimental sail deployment failed horribly. Now its massive solar sails need to be repaired. You delicately spin the spur. Okay. The spurs need resetting and the system rebooting, but if you're careful, you can safely untangle some of the sail while you do this. An exhausting task, patching solar sails means maintaining a laser focus for long periods of time, and time is something you don't have. I see. So this is better. This is easier if you're hire an engineer, but it's dangerous. And oh, but failing doesn't cost you progress. Untangling does. Fun fact about the Attack on Titan and the Rumbling: it's a constantly repeating thing that never ends. It always will be every couple thousand years. Yeah. Okay. It's just... Alright, let's see. Fair enough. Positive! Nice. Okay. No worries, Borb. I hope you have a wonderful day. A fantastic rest of your, eve, night, forenoon. And we'll see you tomorrow for Baldur's Gate 3, hopefully. Thank you so much for stopping by. You're such a great audience member. Really got destruction and changes to reality always happen every couple thousand years in Adventure Time. Oh. I wasn't aware of that. Not fully, I suppose. Come on, do it. Nice. So neutral is still +2. I mean, we're halfway done. It's only been one cycle, so we're doing really well. Okay, perfect. Cool. I'm feeling good about this. As long as we can get... All right, we did a bunch of days' work. We're gonna get ourselves stuffed on food. I want to get that... I want to get 2 more upgrade points. Before we continue, I want to finish helping Lim work. I want to help Bliss compete. I want to finish the Bliss drive. I want to finish the Lem drive. So that we can get the last 2. So that we can get the last 2 points we need to grab into it plus 2. Because that is definitely going to help us. I'm sure we're going to need to be stronger and more ready for this. How much of Adventure Time lore do I know? Oh, good lord. I know bits and pieces. I'm aware of the... What is it? The missile? The event that caused everything to change? That caused the magic to happen? I've watched a bit of it. I've seen clips of a lot of it. When I was younger, I wasn't a fan of the art style. But it's grown on me over time. Obviously, I know about Bubblegum and Marceline. Season 3 is when things start to give fun. Even though their relationship isn't necessarily the healthiest from what I've seen, but yeah, I know of them, and I know about. I mean, I know some basic. I've been learning. Is the show still going? Because I've been hearing some rather depressing things about the characters. I was thinking that the show had been over for quite a while. But I'm really hearing some rather sad things. Let's see. Let's head home. Let's feed the stray. All right, we're gonna take a quick break on. We're gonna take a quick break on helping the refugees because I have some other things that I definitely need to take care of. The wave hits systems more than anything, especially those on the ship, so there's 1,000 tiny repair jobs to be done. All supplies. Getting the necessary supplies to each ship to meet their needs is a huge task. Joining the hauling teams is the simplest thing you can do to help. Let's see. Adventure Time ended, then a spin-off of Fiona and Cake started, which takes place after Finn grows up into an adult. Ah! I see. Right! I've seen clips of Fiona and Cake as well. Okay. I had to stretch for a second. Let's see. Let's see. Time to head home. Oh, I need to give some more spores so that I can start growing some more mushrooms. Okay, now we can actually afford to slow down a little bit and stop being so frantic about everything. So I can afford to get some scrap. I can afford to... All right, how are you guys doing? They're coming back. They're coming back. I recommend it. It actually tackles some really heavy stuff later on. It's all the fun. It's all the fun of doing without any of the side effects. Fair. You mean Adventure Time specific? You mean Adventure Time or Fiona and Cake? Or both? Because yeah, I have seen stuff about the Lich King, and God, that's it's very sad. Both Adventure Time for it, of course. Ugh. What do you mean that's spoilers? I'm sorry, it was just a name. It's like saying stuff I've seen stuff about the Magic Man. Magic Man. No! Let's see. Alright, you want spoilers? Cracks Knuckles. The first step, no, hold on. Wait, I can do this. Being bad at something is the first step to getting really good at something. One of the best lines in the whole show. And yeah, I know he says it a little differently. That's the way I wanted to say it. That spoiler is not! Yes! Revel in my spoiler powers! My power is growing! I have the ability to say anything I desire! I can share information and ruin everything for everyone! But anyway, yeah, it's a good show. You guys should watch it. Alright, let's get some rest. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna endure. I'm gonna get some scrap that I can use to repair myself. Just remember, she's not bad. She's just 1,000 years old and she just lost track of her mortal code. Who, me? Or bad. Spoilers. Let's see. Well, I kind of wanted to get some mushrooms. Yay! Positive outcome! Let's go plant some spores. I forgot I had to do them one at a time. I should have done this earlier. Saves a little bit of time. Kind of. Technically it doesn't. It just spreads it out. Alright. Let's head back to the Solar Sailor. Get it fixed up. We should be able to... I don't think we can finish it off today. I think I used too many dice, but... That's a pretty good one. Alright. Interface. Cha-chong. And... Cha-chong. Yeah, the odds of a... Oh, this is a 3, actually, isn't it? Let's give it a shot. Neutral! Fantastic. All right. We're almost done with the Solar Sailor. Let's go repair ourselves a little. And head to bed. We've had a long day. Time to feed our cats. Kind of repair our body a little bit. And... Weird. head to sleep. All right. Feed the cat some crackers. Does this actually not do anything at all? Like, does feeding the cat actually not do anything? Is it literally just a money sink? I want it to do something. I want to believe that eventually the cat will come to love me. That eventually the cat will love me. Alright, so let's head up. I'm actually gonna head back down. Let's go babysit Lem, and let's go babysit Mina. We only need to do it 2 more times. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back and you two eat together. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Aww. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers and sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. Clearly, he's been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing! Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. Doing great. Of course she is. He playfully squeezes your shoulder. She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me. His eyes drift to the bedroom door. You okay? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. What? He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Huh. Wow, he is an amazing father. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone's spaced. Oh, God. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Oh, my God. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me, still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hardened by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but... He sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me? I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The side wheel will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now? Both of us in with a chance? Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. So, this is so... Not saying that they're predictable. Not saying they're predictable. But... This is so obviously setting up for him to not get a ticket, for me to get a ticket, and for me to have to decide whether I give him my ticket or go myself. And it's already, even the hypothetical is tearing me apart. I mean, not really though, because I don't plan on leaving. I don't want to leave. I want to stay here. I want to help these people. I want to help the people who live here. I want to make a difference on the ring. I don't want to live anywhere else. I love this place. I want to stay. But, so it's an easy choice for me if that's what happens. But, God, I hope it's that simple. Because this writer is anything but simple. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, sleeper. I mean it, from both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Nina in your mind. Oh. Bye. Alright, well I got my upgrade point. That's 2. Just one away. Wow, that was actually really easy. Wow! I should have done that one earlier. That was fantastically easy. Alright, I believe I still need to do the side... Yeah, I still need to do this. This is going to take forever. Still give me a lot of cryo for working here. Positive! Oh, God. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I wanted to go finish up with Bliss. Rigged and ready. Let's do it. You delicately spin the spur, unwinding the sailcloth without it tearing. Bliss thumps you on the arm. She's impressed. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible! She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it! Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen! We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock center door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss, he shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz. Come on, there we go. She winks. For believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she is genuinely nervous. Don't worry. I'll stop worrying when the chits are in my hands. I'm giving them to a gimbal bartender. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you were doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is. Almost 1,000 cryo sat in the base transfer account. Well, Liz calls. Have we been cheated again? It's there. We did it! Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that! She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tiny profit. Eventually. She laughs. Here! She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. What's his deal? What, why is he always so quiet? She frowns. I'm not so sure. He doesn't much like to talk about himself, that one. She leans in closer. You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Lawrence turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Oh, maybe it's time to change the subject. You going to be okay? Me? Always. She looks away. From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. You know, to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to crash out? That's fine. But there will always be work for you here when you need it. I'll be back. She smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper? Yes? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. Oh, Lord! That was 300 choreo! Oh my god! Well, that would have been a lot handier earlier, but it also would have taken me a lot longer to do that earlier, so... Who knows? Who knows how useful that actually would have been? Yay, we're rich! Oh my god, wait, so she's gonna get more jobs? One last job. Moritz has heard Bliss speaking with someone remotely. Is there another job coming in? The Bay is taking on low-scale repair contracts now. Moritz is happy to offload some of the work to you. Cool! Okay, one last job, huh? I wonder what that's all about. Do I have 3 points now? Did I do it? I did. All right, Intuit time. There we go. We're +2 on Intuit. This will help us significantly later in other stuff. Specifically, mushroom harvesting. Let's go for it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 25% chance. It has to be weighted. It has to be weighted. No worries. All right, looks like we've only got 2 things. We've only got 2 left. Win a side reel ticket and do whatever they need us to do in the... Here. I mean, technically this isn't a drive yet, but I think we should help them anyway. All right, let's hang out at the... Let's hang out here at the Briar Base Camp. I'm out of scrap. All right, we'll end the cycle. Okay. I definitely want to get some spores. So that we have enough for the next time around. I want to grab some scrap since we've got some time. It's pretty risky. Let's do it. Oh, you lose energy if it's neutral. Oh, whoops. So neutral is fine as long as you're full. But I wasn't, so I lost condition as well. Dang it. Memphis, can I get some fungus? I recently came into a large amount of money. You know what? I've got stabilizer. That's what this is for. That's what stabilizer is for. Is to pick me back up after some rough times. Nice. And we'll just risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I thought. No worries. Oh, I took damage. Oh no, I got hurt doing scrap. Oh, I didn't think to check and see. I keep forgetting to read these. I keep forgetting that it shows you what happens as like an actual... I'm just kind of like picturing stuff. But I keep forgetting it actually tells you what happens. Let's see. Alright, we'll head home, we'll inject a stabilizer. We'll feed our cat. There you go. And then I guess we'll call it for the day. For the cycle, I mean. For the cycle. We'll call it for the cycle. Alright. Let's go get fed. We'll just walk down the street. We are one of Emphasis' most regular customers. And then we're gonna head over and start this project, I suppose. Let's see if I have the scrap ships come in. They have. One of them is. Hey, I'd like to get some scrap, please. Thank you. That was a ship mind fragment. And that was a scrap. Fantastic. Okay. So they're tapped out. These guys are about to come in, which means we're actually about to get another ship mind, which could help us. We don't want to forget how powerful ship mines can be. And the possibility of them needing one. All right. Time to do some work on the flotilla. We'll do damage control. Damage control is easier for us. You rebooted tanker's proximity controls, keeping it from drifting into other ships. The occupants are impressed and won't stop thanking you. Sure, we'll also do hull supplies, since there's no real reason to use it for damage control instead. You run some water out to a struggling farming ship on the flotilla's edge. They're so pleased they reward you with some freshly cooked produce. Oh, they fed me! Oh, cool! Positive? Neutral. Positive. Positive! Soul. The captain. I gotta talk to Peak. As you walk into the bay of the Climbing Briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Asha and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak is gesturing wildly as Asha stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. As Peak tries to get her attention, she spots you. That's right! I completely forgot that, Esha was missing. Sleeper. Esha nods. Incredible work back there. She smiles. Sorry I couldn't wait for you and Peak, but the moment I saw the cordon go down, I had to get in here. Peak shakes their head, leaping before looking as usual. Peak smiles, but I'm glad we are all reunited. To be honest, Peak adds, I can't believe it. The flux of it knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free and Havenage are backing off. Peak smiles at you. You must be our good luck charm. Flux event. That's what the refugees are calling it. Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Hard to tell. Some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems. Peak chips in. Typically systems are screened against radiation interference, but this seems to be dulled, but not stopped by those defenses. I see. Basically, the crisis continues. The cord may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. Esha paces away. You should tell them, Asha. Pete glances at her. Please. Asha doesn't respond. Tell you what. Oh, girl. Whoops. Asha doesn't respond. Tell you what. You stare at her back, waiting for a response. Please, Asha, haven't they shown they can be trusted? Pete nods towards you. Asha turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. Excuse me. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it is not directed at you or at anyone else. She is angry with herself. Excuse me. I brought weapons to the flotilla. She pauses, and now they are gone. Wow! What a shock! That's what was in the black crates, by the way. It was pretty obvious it was something that was a big deal. Why did you bring weapons? That's so irresponsible! Oh my god. Why? Asha, bringing weapons into this situation is like adding oil to a bonfire, to a kitchen fire. Oh my god, or water to a kitchen fire, actually. Oh my god. Why would she do that? I know why, because she wanted to help them fight back, but fighting is not what... Oh. Alright, we'll see how this goes. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay marked with a yellow sigil. The ones Asha told you were just supplies. What were you thinking? I was thinking that if the cordon wasn't going to be lifted, the refugees would need something to change that. She stares at you defiantly. Would you rather they just stayed quiet and died like good citizens? Peek looks at you. She knows this was a bad move, Sleeper, I promise you. They glance back at her. She is just too proud to admit it. Where did you get them from? XPR. Asha gestures around the ship. I wasn't about to leave the colony armed when we escaped. I wouldn't trust them not to use them on us. Peek sighs. I didn't know a thing about them, which is why Asha is going to be the one to find them and bring them back. Stay silent. Meanwhile, Peek adds, you and I have work to do. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper, to study it. Peek's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peek pauses, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Asha sniffs. Peek ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a flux node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peek pauses. Start there. Finally! We're gonna do some more data hounding stuff. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is and where it comes from. Okay. They smile. I knew you'd agree. Asha looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Asha. Peek smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And they wave you out as Asha stomps away to make plans of her own. Alright, let's go do stuff. Climbing Briar. Deliver flux data. Alright, Peek asks you to help them extract data from a node in the wastes, one that appeared after the recent flux event. The wastes, huh? That would be here. Oh, nothing. It just keeps going. I wonder how long it goes. Is it gonna go off screen? It did! This node flickers in and out, its position shifting slightly each time. Oh my god. Okay. So we need a 4, 5, or 6 for this. Pretty intense. Alright, we'll handle that later then. Not like we can very well handle it now. Open your eyes. Let's go talk to Soul. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded, cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face framed in rusted metal. Whoa. Soul. He holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Shake his hand. He grips you firmly with a heavy and calloused hand. Forgive me, as soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a sleeper was part of that supply run that came in several cycles ago. He nods. A very welcome act, and we all thank you for it. Walk with me, sleeper. Soul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Soul, standing back and letting you pass. You pass a makeshift kitchen, steaming pots on heating elements, a restless queue collecting meals. That algae that came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. You see a ladle of a greenish stew dished out. The color is something, isn't it? Soul smiles. Soul leads you out of the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water gushing out readily. Soul nods to the person as he passes. Just a little further now. Soul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. It jerks into life, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space, and sparks leaping in bursts as the ship is reshaped and modified to sustain its population. If even as you were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, that flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Good idea. Ooh. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. Whoops. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. With the flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Soul leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine, with a glass roof above showing the distant hub and the far curve of the eye beyond. The people at the terminals nod to him as he enters. This is your ship? Soul nods. That's right, the Pilgrim's seat is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform in the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did, and I do my best to serve them. Soul looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility isn't one that suits me. Though we rarely get to choose such things, he glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here. Is that right? I did my best to. Soul nods silently. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Soul leans back and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. I want to know more. I want to know more. Soul muses. And why would you think we could tell you anything you don't know? He smiles. I have thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seed, Sleeper. There's thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them. Some path out of this dead end we've gotten into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. It was actually a few cycles ago, but I'll give it to you. So these people are scared, Sleeper, and they're looking to me for reassurance. Now, it seems a little weird because you have to put a lot of work into being able to talk to this guy, so it definitely wouldn't be the same cycle. But I guess maybe it's just like metaphorically. I get it. And then on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board. A sleeper, the same sleeper they reckon, that wanted us so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Soul scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that, for your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. Soul's suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Soul takes a deep breath. So what is it? Tell me about the flux. Someone in the terminal calls out to Soul and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies. He smiles that half smile. I tell you what, Sleeper, let's you and me make a deal. You want information, I understand that. But I have a list of needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in this system, and I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla. But I'm not the only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. Those are cute names. I like those. The moons have been in each other's throats, Sleeper. What with the pressure of the flux, the bad blood from the old days. Soul leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. I get it, because moons. Because he... it wasn't a joke. Okay. What I need is a way to stop things escalating. For the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. As remembers Step, well, they've always been proud. But that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Oh. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember's Song ships gather at, but they have taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Soul stops. He leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit, the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain, his voice clipped. Are you okay? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. Soul grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. He smiles his half-smile despite the pain. Because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Oh, is that the end? Ah, dang it. Would have been a really good one-liner. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim Seed, too. Do you have a moment to pitch in? There's never enough around here. That's something I have learnt the hard way. Soul settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. All right, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you'll have to find your own way out. And with that, Soul sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down in the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all the vessels of the flotilla hold. I love this game. I found a new drive! Flotilla support, study the flux, win a side reel ticket, fantastic. Soul is asking you to help bring stability to the ships from Ember's Hearth, Song, and Step within the flotilla. Which one is that? Oh, okay. That's Ember's Song. This is Ember's... Oh, Aki from Ember's Step. Okay. We're meeting a bunch of new characters. I like it. And then we can help out on the Pilgrim Seed. Ah! Looks like they're already doing pretty well. Huh? Oh. Stability in the flotilla means relieving the pressure on the refugees from all 3 moons of Ember. Food is an issue on the Pilgrim Seed. Even with agriculture on board, a supply of Matsutake will help fill the gap. How much does that give me? 2. Not bad. Alright, sure. I'm not really using these for anything, so you can have them. Yeah, I don't mind. You hand over the Matsutake to those working the canteen. They are very grateful. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, I wonder if the survival is based on how... Ah, the survival might be based on how well we did in the first one, Flux. Wait, I thought the last one was called Flux. This is when the Flux actually became a thing. Well, okay, no worries. Interesting. I wonder, I guess the survival might actually be dependent on how well we did in the last chapter. One more cycle before our mushrooms are ready. Let's just go ahead and take a sleep at the Haifa dorm. I got some scrap components to repair myself. Complete active scenes. What active scene? Oh! Right, I gotta talk to Aki. It's a strange sight given your time spent in the Greenway to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. Oh. I really like this particular song. This song is so good. It piles up along edges, gathers in curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in the red reflected light. Oh, hi! Ah, God, I love the character designs. Like I said before, every time we get access to a new character, I'm always so excited to see what they look like. Because the art style in this game, I'm clicking on it just like, come on, show me, show me, show me, show me, show me! God, I love the character designs in this game, and I'm always so excited, because they usually wait, right? So it seems like they usually, give me a couple beats before I get to see them. And I'm just always, on the edge of my seat, oh, I can't wait to see what they look like! I am addicted to that art. It's so good! Look how detailed it is! My God, all the little tiny details, the scuffs on the fabric, all the hoses and ties and cables and lines, the wrinkles, all the different fabrics, the fabric drawing, the wrinkles, the folds of the fabric are so good. The hair, I love it so much. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, they smile a tight smile. You're not from the flotilla, am I right? Not from anywhere. No, I live on the Eye. But that is not where you are from. She stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in her eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the Wind's Long Shadow? Wind's Long Shadow? The ship. Aki looks at you curiously. Do you often wander around ships you don't know the name of? You like wrinkles, you love me in 60 years. Wrinkly rabbit! Wrinkly rabbit! Yeah! You're a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you've been on the flotilla, there's a silent order to the Wind's Long Shadow, and in this moment it feels unsettling. Where is everyone? Aki waves a hand. Asleep, mostly. It is night on Step, and so does night here. She rubs her shoulders, at least for those of us who can sleep. Step? Aki turns away, irritated, eager to change the subject. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There is nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, Aki begins, to simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling, systems that are failing. The flux event, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive. To keep these traces of Step alive. She smiles to herself. Which is ironic, because when we left Step, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were, living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds picking away at the dunes begin to reveal something. A web. A network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely and you see nothing in the dark. What's all that about? Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki in cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired. Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful. Perhaps we will get another chance to talk. She turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Very interesting. The dust houses The crew won't let you into the dust houses, but there are plenty of supporting systems that could do with some love and care. Hawking warned you that if you wanted to learn more about the wind's long shadow, you'll need to prove your usefulness. Okay. Ember's Step. So... it is night on the steppe. So it is night here. So the moon... So the moons they came from were Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Hearth. But for some reason, okay. Why did he tell me? I guess he told me that's because that's their, like, their organization name. I think I get it. Okay. So we don't know what this one's name is, but we do know this is the Wind's Long Shadow, this is the Pilgrim Seed, and I wonder what this is. Sol's shipment of supplies sits partially unloaded, the crew absent. If you want to help, the best way would be to finish the job. Huh. The more you offload supplies into the docking bay, the more attention your efforts seem to be gaining. Very interesting. Let's go down and see if my mushrooms are ready. Nope, we still haven't finished the cycle. Wow. Oh, that's right, it wouldn't let me. I had to go take care of that. Alright, end the cycle. I've got 4 whole cycles worth of scrap, so we should be good. For a little while, at least. Three ones in a row! That's obnoxious. Alright, to the aviary. Nah, we're gonna use a 5 there instead. I want to get these fungi. Nice. Well, it ended up being... yeah, of course. Perfect. Got some rare mushrooms. Alright, so we will go back in. Drop some spores. Germinate those. This game is so relaxing and chill. Let's see. I've got enough club head caps that I could. Yeah, let's make some stabilizer with the club head caps. I don't think they're useful for literally anything else because they can only be grown by me. So nobody would even know their existence. And I think they're literally... I don't think they're edible. I think they literally only have stabilizer inside of them. Let's sell these... Let's give them these Matsutake caps. This will help them, progress. So this feels like a similar thing to what Flux was doing, where we have to do 3 separate parts, but it's not time limited. Thank goodness. It was so very hectic when it was time limited. I can go ahead and just do this. Let's see what happens. Neutral! Come on, neutral, please. Or positive. Yay, we did it! You join in with a team of souls who are going floor to floor offering assistance. The time goes quickly and the work goes well. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you. He smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. Soul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right. He winks. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's Hearth. Soul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. Soul nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Sea these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? The flux. Soul sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up. Bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero. That's like, oh. Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Soul grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit, and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine. And the city? I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Soul shivers. Oh, God. It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. Soul nods. What do you want to know about? Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons. The biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming system Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system. Terraforming? That's right, Ember's Step was the first try, but that failed. Hearth was when they perfected their system. However, Soul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Soul shakes his head. Cybele liked to talk it up, but after I'm pretty sure they spelled Cybele with 2 L's the first time. Liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as Steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Soul smiles. Flux ended that, though. And when they failed, the rains failed and the harvest with it. Soul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. Soul shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place. He gestures at the pilgrim seed and look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you want to ask? There was something. Soul nods. What do you want to know about? You. Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? Not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Oh. Okay. Somebody's a little touchy. But not to worry. I have a habit of getting people to warm up to me. You'll be spilling your guts in no time. 'Cause I have a little thing that's called a magnetic personality. This just in, Sleeper becomes way too prideful, must destroy her. Unless you're asking about this, he raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. Jeez. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. Accident? And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't know you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's Hearth? Go ahead, but don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Dang. I mean, you don't have to be... I was just curious. You don't have to be so defensive. Soul lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on the ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background, thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. Soul nods. What do you want to know about? Something buzzes on Soul's suit. He glances at it and frowns. Looks like time's up, Sleeper. Soul stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Almost certainly. This guy is an enigma. Oh, right, I need to deliver the flux data. Ah, right. I need to make sure to take care of that. Alright, sure. So this seems to be a bit of a meteor. I don't know if, well, I say meteor. I'm not really sure if this is like a meteor DLC. It's just like... Seems like there's a lot more moving parts. The first one was effectively a heist. This one is more... like... well, it's kind of hard to come up with an analogy. I guess we're just getting to know everybody. It's kind of like a continuation of the main game. The first one was more like a side quest, and like your average side quest, like with Ankita or Sabine or any of those. But this one feels more like the normal stuff we were doing initially, where we were trying to push through and gain access to different parts of the ring. I think we can go ahead and end the cycle. Ooh, those are some good numbers. What was that? Oh, okay. Just repair myself real quick. Cha-chong. Let's go check out, alright, growing mushrooms. Let's go check out, Bliss. Let's go see how Bliss is doing. Usually Moritz comes and bugs us when she's ready. Yep, looks like we have 2 more cycles. All right. All right. Let's get the flux data. Wow, wow. Flux node. We'll go with the 5. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, Peek, I got some data to deliver. It's nice to finally get another data mission. We haven't gotten any data missions in a very long time. Peek receives the data on their slate and begins work decoding it immediately. Sleeper, come look at this! Peek is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways like an ingrown root ball is starting to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check if you're listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. Is a whole other data set. Peek's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. Why? Peek pauses. I have no idea. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux events itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes? Peek makes a ripping motion with her hands. Torn apart. Peek points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look, here, it looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peek pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peek muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration? They smile sheepishly. But that's a technicality. Yeah, but... that's... Jesus, that's like... reality-breaking stuff. every possible position? The computing power on that would be no wonder it wipes everything out. It fries the system trying to process all that. So what is the flux? We know it is a wave, one with exotic effects, that's all. Pink runs a hand through their hair. The question is not so much what flux is, but what's causing it. Where is it coming from? Pink turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? Yes. Pink lowers their voice instinctively. What they're reporting, massive systems failures, cascading collapses of life support, terraforming systems, total data corruption. Pink swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, failsafes and all? That doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peek looks back at the screen where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises, showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Peek shakes their head. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with help. From what I heard from Esha, things are tense there. Where is Esha? Pink glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed. Although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some time, Sleeper. Pink turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave, the dark shapes it leaves behind somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Ooh, this is starting to get real mysterious all of a sudden. I was not expecting this to be... I mean, anything like this, really. Alright, I am going to get up and take a quick break. I haven't walked around a bunch. My mouth is getting a little dry. I'm going to get some water and some tea. I'll be back in just a few minutes, you guys. See you soon. Oh, Logan! Sorry about the wait. Got a little sidetracked. It's been happening a lot lately. But not to worry. Let's keep going with it. Oh, hold on, what's this? Oh, Pink's progress. Pink is researching something to do with the Flux event. And seems totally absorbed. They'll let you know when they're ready. 6 cycles? Well, that's gonna take a while. Okay, no worries. I guess let's start doing some work on the ships. We're already 1/3 of the way done with this. We can probably finish. Wow. Okay. So, the first post-game DLC was extremely brutal in its time constraints and how much they wanted me to do all at once. Howdy, Lizard! How you doing? How are you doing today? Welcome to my stream, my delightfully chill stream. How have you been? Very okay. Good, good. Oh. Let's see. So the first post-game DLC, Flux, I think it was called Flux, was very tight in its time constraints and how, like, vicious it was with all the stuff that we needed to get done. I can only imagine that they just assumed we weren't going to be able to do everything. I can only imagine that they just expected me not to finish it all. But I was able to, and I feel like the amount I had to push myself really kind of makes this a little less exciting because this isn't timed. It's actually very lenient with all of the stuff, with all of the time, with all of the number requirements, and it's just so this seems a lot more chill than the first bit, which I guess is kind of the idea. We're helping around, but there's no like big heist going on. Oh, well, excuse me. Let's help out on the docking axis, I guess. I'm curious to see what's going on with these guys. Unfinished business. Let's unload some stuff. Huh? What just happened? The more you offload supplies into the docking bay, the more tension your efforts need. Wait, I didn't notice this was a minus. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Am I supposed to be doing this? I don't like filling red clocks. Okay. Well, it's the result of a positive result. Ominous, yeah, to say the least. I should have just re-rolled that last one. Get out of there. There we go. Someone comes to help you unload for a while, making the work go quicker. When you ask their name, they ignore you. What's going on? There's a loose crowd around the supplies you've unloaded and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from Ember's Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Ember's Song that are part of Flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there is no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. A jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. Pater. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many of the Song refugees wearing. Hear me! These supplies are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There's a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the court in town, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the Eye. What is owed as a restitution for keeping us restrained. You pass one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. Sol wants to cooperate. Sol is a farmer. Even the people of Song know that he was simply the sole survivor of Hearth's leadership. His authority means nothing, and yours does. Tell me, why is that? Oh, great, Peter. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth think they can buy us. But we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches. But we cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment. I don't understand. I can see that. Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd rifling through the crates, because that's what was about to happen. I'm not sure about that. Peter shrugs. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. What is happening here? We're maintaining our independence, he smiles. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Do you know anything about Ember's Moon, Sleeper? Were you planning to wander into that flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering help. He rolls his eyes. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Independence is lovely. Independence is nice. I can get behind it. But a cocky, swaggering, like, jerk of a guy just sauntering up and being like, I'm the big boss man here. You're gonna respect me or you're gonna get lost. Doesn't really intimidate me, nor does it instill any, like, a sense of respect or sympathy, really. You just come off as a cocky, swaggering idiot. Sorry, I guess. Maybe I'm not sorry, but your attitude doesn't really instill much respect as a leader of an independence group to me. If you cared about your people, you'd want them to be helped. They never said that these supplies had strings attached. Anyway, do you know anything about Ember's Moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering help. He rolls his eyes. Educate me, then. He smiles. It would be my pleasure. I'm gonna assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the 4 sisters next session. Alright, maybe he's not that bad. Maybe he's just sassy. Step was the first to be settled, a contract old Solheim gave to the terraformers Cybele Systemis when they... Cybele System? Is that? Okay, when they first claimed the Hellion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybele moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world. A fact that the typical Hearth colonist will never let you forget. How does Cybele achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's that same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps a hand to his chest in mock pride. My moon, Ember's Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel, Song provided the raw materials for Hearth. Peter grimaces. Willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it, so us singers, born into a flaming pit, and asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off this speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he's delivered it. No Solheim, no contract. No contract, no Cybele. And no Cybele meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Hearth and Step came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand. They need us, Sleeper. Always have, and so we are the linchpin. We are the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Hearth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. What does that matter now? Peter shakes his head. Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Would you return to the bosom of SNARP if they send someone to collect? Peter stares at the crowd. Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine what it is like to try to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes the sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left, but we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Don't you need the supplies? As I said, we will take what we need when we need it. Peter stares out into the Axis. There is no authority that we recognize here. I won't keep you from the docking Axis, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that. But watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. You're too stubborn. Stubbornness, I have found, is a quality in these times. God, he just has an answer for everything. I feel like I should be more indignant at this. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships come to this docking Axis for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of Hearth. Yeah. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you will lose all trust. Be as we are. Act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. With that, he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. Yeah. I guess it's a tricky situation, huh? You watch them pass the food and water between them, no signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. Well, alright then. Oh my god! One of the Singer crews is looking for a ship mine to replace their flux-damaged core. Maybe you can help them acquire one. Okay. As Peter said, the Singers will only trust you if you act independently of Hearth. Fulfilling a supply request is a good start. Sure! I've got an extra one lying around. It's in my back pocket. Ta-da! There you go. Cool. Fine, fine, fine. I just need to go grab 3 spores then, and I'll be done with that. Easy, easy peasy. Should we rest? No, we gotta go eat. Gotta grab some food from Amphis. From Amphis. Almost called him Elpis. Pokemon Elpis. Alright, up we go. Back to the Haifa. We'll rest here. Okay, we're gonna self-repair real quick. Self-repair is such a powerful ability. Super, maybe not underrated, but very, very useful. Far more useful than I expected it to be. For sure. Let's go get some spores. Let's just spend the day gathering spores. Why not? We have a +2 to Intuit now, so we can easily do it. Alright, we got ourselves 6 spores, which is enough to replant our patch once we're done. Also to give some to these guys. One of the ships is trying to establish a mushroom farm to help feed the crews. They're looking for spores to get them started. The spores have been seeded, and while some may be suspicious of your efforts, crew by crew, you'll convince them. The problem is, if what we know about the spores is correct, they're not really going to grow in anything. As you cross the axis looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. I just don't like this guy. He just gives me bad vibes, and he just seems... Ugh, I don't know. Let's talk to him. You lean on the railing a little way from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close, you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper. He inhales sharply. Still hanging around? You okay? Peter pauses. Not really, no. Peter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind wearing, thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes, no one asked you to come here. He clenches his jaw, so why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, his stare a challenge. What's with you? Peter stands back from the railing. Who invited you, Sleeper? Who said you could come here? You think because the Harthers decided to name you their errand boy, we have to put up with you? No, their errand bot. I didn't even... I did that at the beginning of the stream. We don't want you here. We don't need you. His eyes burn with rage. Go home, you stupid machine! A second after he shouts that final line, he collapses in on himself, staying upright, but all the energy's going out of his body. He slumps back against the railing, his eyes closed once more. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every single thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hub. If you stop to look, he looks down at his feet. I get it. Peter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He sighs. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired, I think. Really tired. He stands. I'm gonna go. He looks at you, sniffs. Get some sleep. Good. Peter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles on as you watch under an endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled through all of these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving, before the inertia of it all gets to you, too. God, I love this game. Oh my god, we need even more? Alright. Wow, there's just a lot to do here. I mean, it fits the title of the stream. Access assistance. Okay, I could either lose energy or cryo. The Axis houses an overflowing job board of engineering tasks requested by the crews. You can help out here. Or, the Axis is as much a social hub as it is a supply hub. Keeping good relations with the crews will help them trust your work. Interesting. I'm gonna go with the Axis job board because that'll get me possibly junk items, I believe. I believe the engineer can give you junk items. Meh. I'm going for it. Okay, sure. A neutral outcome isn't bad. Yeah, this DLC is beefy. Like a really beefy DLC. For sure. Steps, Song, and Hearth. I was not expecting this to turn into like a big, like civilization, like inter-civilization, or intra-civilization, like competition, like politics thing. It's all of a sudden turned into like a space opera. Very interesting. Or drama, space opera, is that a good term for it? Alright, let's go get some food from Memphis. Over to the rim. Well, cryo. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Probably close enough. Space opera. Yeah. Like, I think Star Wars is a space opera, isn't it? Let's see. Let's go home. To our actual home. Talk to our kitty. Hello, kitty. Yes, kind of. Is Star Wars a space opera? You're listening to me, I know it. Star Wars is typically characterized as belonging to the space opera genre, and many classic space opera serials, such as Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers, were among the impressions that inspired George Lucas into making the Star Wars movies. Interesting. What is a space opera? A novel, movie, or television program set in outer space, typically of a simplistic and melodramatic nature. That's it? That's all we get? Just something that takes place in space that is usually kind of simple and dramatic. I'm being kind of kind because simplistic and melodramatic are a little bit like judgy terms. Space opera is a subgenre of science fiction. Hold on. Where did that quote thing go? Space opera has been defined as a television or radio drama or motion picture that is a science fiction adventure story. That's it? Original Star Wars, yes. Star Wars as a property, not really. Yeah. Original Star Wars, yes. For sure. What is the difference between... Oh, study break, by the way! What is the difference between space opera and sci-fi? The biggest difference between space operas and sci-fi is the emphasis on science. While some plots might be over the top, authors of sci-fi books and movies are meticulous about making their themes and environments as scientifically realistic as possible. Space operas, on the other hand, are entirely unrealistic. Oh, Space Spaghetti Western! Hello, Olivia! How are you doing? Did you like my little GIF I posted in Discord? Isn't it wonderful? Yay! You have a really... No problem! You have a really good eye for that, too. I probably wouldn't have caught that. But you have a really good eye for those. Sure. Like, that honestly is, like... I probably wouldn't have caught it. But as soon as I panned over to that moment, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what they're going for. I know exactly what they're talking about. And just clipped it. Let's see. But how are you doing? Just a very good scene. It is. It's a very good scene for it. How are you doing today, Melabia? Art thou having a wonderful day? I ask that thou. who bravest the storm easily. Answer me 3 questions. Oh, I think we're getting near a stopping point. We're at a very, like, to-do list heavy section of the game. So yeah, I guess... Okay, so what exactly is a spaghetti western, by the way? And why is it called a spaghetti western? Google, are you listening? What is a spaghetti western? Thank you. Spaghetti western is a broad subgenre of western films produced in Europe. It emerged in the mid-1960s in the wake of Sergio Leone's filmmaking style. Oh. Missing streams? Hey, you don't have to worry about that. Please don't apologize for that. It's totally okay. I don't want this to feel like an obligation. I want this to feel like something that you choose to do. I'm having to do different things that work in areas where I can't have my phone out. Hopefully work. Yeah, hopefully. Yay! That feels good. Thanks, man. Why do they call it a spaghetti western? Spaghetti westerns are what? A subgenre of western whose name references the circumstances and location of their filming. Generally, a spaghetti western is a low-budget film produced by Italian directors. Oh, interesting. Italy. I see. And filmed in Europe primarily, hence the spaghetti connection, and filmed in Europe primarily in Almeria and the Tabernas Desert. Huh. Yep, that's it. Wow, I didn't know that. We learn things on this stream. So, Space Spaghetti Western. I like Space Spaghetti Western. What do you define as a space opera? It's fundamentally as a soap opera, melodramatic adventures that are character-driven and largely set in space. Interesting. It seems that, like, with many genres, it's kind of difficult to describe it. It's more of a, like, you know it when you see it kind of situation. Also, only barely understood the definition. Fair. Oh, wait, you said I've been having to do different things at work in areas where I can't have my phone out, but don't they understand? Don't they understand that the power of Lo-Fi enables concentration? It enables enhanced work performance. Don't they understand that Lo-Fi led streaming guarantees you at least a 2% increase in work performance? Goodness gracious. The Philistines. They sort of... Oh, do they? Wait, really? Total joke, by the way. Well, that's good. Well, that's an interesting side effect that I had not yet considered. An interesting marketing angle I'd never considered approaching before. Let's see. Alright, let's end the cycle. Happy Hair Wiggles! I guess I want to try doing a little bit more with the, oh! Right! Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you! Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How you been? Really well. Good to hear it. He looks you up and down. I knew you'd make it work. You're a smart one. He glances around. Hey, look, I'm not down here to chat, though. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind, or something. He grins. Because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. Ankita? You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed. Cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. Is this Ankita? He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we are done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on up. Liz is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins. Like old times. It's only been like 8 days. Or 6 days. It's only been like 6 days. Well, they don't know the specifics, but I have special permission to use my phone for streams and work. It does actually... Whoa! Oh, that's awesome! Oh my god! I feel so privileged! I feel so fancy. That's so cool to hear. I'm glad they're letting you do that. Let's see. Let's head on up. Alright, time to talk to Bliss. I love Bliss. When you enter the bay, it is weirdly quiet. Morit's supposed to be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit? Sleep. I knew it. 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 So was there not... Oh my god, I called it. Oh my god! So wait, was there not a way to... Oh... She looks so beautiful in Zero G. Was there not a way to, actually reconcile with her? Sleeper. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. Still got massive calf muscles, though. Let's see. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. She kicks off from the wall and comes a little closer. So what is this? She asks, come to avenge Ashton or a sleeper, or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before. Restrained. I don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they're going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. I just want to make up! I just want to make up! Come on! Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. I'm kind of sad. Why? What happened? Why is she... She's got rid of her armor? She's gutting the ambergris? I don't know about this. I don't like this. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says and leaves. Special payment terms. She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? Yeah, I'd like to tell you more, but it kind of goes into that heavy... Oh, no worries. Short of it, I do a lot better when I'm spending time. Oh, fine. Good to hear. Why did I say fun? I don't know, that was just kind of the vibe I got. I'm sorry. Was that insensitive? I don't mean to be insensitive. Yeah, no worries. Don't be, yeah, don't worry about it. It's always a nice time. Yay! I'm good. Yay! Good to hear. This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Cassetta, I mean Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. What? Leaving? Keep it down, I haven't told Moritz yet. She looks down. Just waiting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'll tell him when I'm ready. And I don't want him to getting worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective. You should tell him. No, or I've noticed. You should tell him. Look, all I care is that she's heading for the Starwood Belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. Why? Bliss. We have a business here. She turns back to face you. Also, I wanted to ask. Oh, no, please don't make me choose. I really like Bliss. I really like Bliss a lot. So I wanted to ask, she stops unsure, if you'd like to come with us. I would. She interrupts before you answer. Oh, clever. I know things have been hard for you on the eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry two of us, and she said yes. Two of us? What are you talking about? What about Moritz? Are you leaving Moritz behind? You can't do that! Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you're welcome to help him run it. I just thought... She sighs. You might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch. I think so. For the disarming of the ambergris. Oh. We actually stumbled upon an ending earlier. It involved effectively fusing our minds with the Greenway. Our mind with the Greenway. We decided not to do it, but we got credits anyway. So I think regardless of what we choose here, we're gonna get credits. So, as much as I would love to finish the DLC, yeah, me too. There seem to be a lot of endings in this game, but there's no manual save system, so I can't really experiment with them. And I guess it makes sense. Like, it makes sense that your choices like matter and are permanent. I just would kind of like to see the endings. The Starwood Belt. You pushed your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Well, dang. Alright, disarm Amber. Ankita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. Yeah. Once this job is ready, you better be ready to make a fast decision. Stay with Moritz or go with Ankita and Bliss. Oh my god. Like two of my favorite ladies. Or continue the story. I think we have to save that for last then. I think that's the ending we're going for. I want to finish the DLC. And then I want to, and then that'll be the ending. That'll be the end. We refit the ship. We leave with Ankita and Bliss. And we see what happens. I think that's what I want to do. Sounds like a plan. Thank you. Because they really are like two of my favorite characters. Sabine is another one. I really, really like Sabine. And Raya, right? What's her name again? No. Rabia. Rabia and Sabine. I love them too. But yeah. I really like Bliss. I really like Ankita. I like this picture idea. Me too. Thank you. Well, picture? Yeah, I thought you were doing a... Yeah, picture idea. Picture? Oh! I thought you were doing a, It's like a play on words where you sort of deconstruct a word and use like synonyms for it. And I thought you were kind of doing that with plan. Picture idea. Randomware's just snuck in, but yeah, that also works. Yay! Fantastic. Yeah, like how you can say cow is milk beast. Just kidding, baby. Oh. Well, I think I'm comfortable leaving it there for now. I am a little sleepy, and I think this is a pretty decent stopping point, actually. So yeah. I did not expect this game to last this unbelievably long, if I'm being perfectly honest. I honestly thought this game would be much shorter. Not that I'm complaining. Again, not complaining at all. Because I really, really enjoy this game. The vibes, the atmosphere, everything, all of it is so unbelievably good. I just really, really enjoy it so much. So it's just really nice to get more game, you know? So right now I only need 8 more upgrade points. I don't think we're gonna be able to find 8 more drives. I think we are not gonna be able to max out everything. But if I can find 8 more upgrade points, then we'll be maxed out. I could take the I could go for the +3, +2 to engage before the +2 to endure. But the reason I want the +2 to endure is so that I can more easily get access to scrap. But right now, all we have 3. All we have right now is 3 drives. So I don't know. We may only get 3 drives. Probably not, because we've got a whole other DLC to work on. But who knows? There may actually be just enough drives to max out your upgrade points. Maybe. That would be actually pretty cool if that were the case. But again, we'll see. So thank you everybody for coming. I think I've held on to you guys for long enough. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're going to be hopefully delving a little more into the shadows. And hopefully we can dispel the darkness around us. But again, we'll see. We're gonna you too, Melly Bear. Thanks for stopping by. So, everybody, real quick, anybody who doesn't know, I just have a Discord server. I just posted the link in chat. It's a wonderful place where you can get access to my schedule, as well as times when I go live, and hang out with me and other low fans. It's a lovely little place. You should definitely come check it out because it is super fun, and I'd love to see more people there. So, thank you everybody for coming. I hope you had lots of fun, because I know I did, and always do with this game. It's so much fun. So much fun to do all the little voices and the reading of the little narrator bits. I love this game. I love just how well crafted the dialogue is, and how beautiful the environments are, and how incredibly well crafted the narrative is too. It's just beautiful. So I love each and every one of you, and I hope you all have a wonderful, amazing, amaze-tacular, wonderful-rific rest of your day. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Bye.